Hello, hello. Good day to you all. Doing coding today or pixel art? Today we're going to be doing coding, guys. Today we are codes. That's right, Code and Green. What's going on, guys? I tried to start as early as possible to somewhat touch upon the usual crowd. Unfortunately, my sleep schedule isn't fully into the night yet, but starting next week, I think on Monday, we will get back to more the evening night streams again. Probably. But we got to code the Frost, the Flash Freeze card. And I have the Life Drain card working, more or less. Probably could use a little refinement, but that card is it. So now we got to get the next one in, which is Flash Freeze. So I have all the assets already cut for it. So we're mainly just going to dive into the code and make shit happen. Son of a bitch. You're also not sure if you can keep on art or accompany you in coding? Bro, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'd say do what's the most important thing in your life. I just broke out the chat on my OBS and now I can't get it back into the dock. What the hell? If I reset docs, is it gonna mess all my docs up? I'll fix this later. How annoying. So is it night for you now or evening? It is the morning leading into the afternoon right now. It is daylight for me, guys. You guys are used to me streaming in the middle of the night. Like a vampire. Because usually I am. I didn't want this to be on shuffle. I didn't allow this. For you, it's almost 7 p.m. Yeah, my schedule is all over the place, guys. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I know I'm trying to be at least consistently streaming, but my times are kind of varying widely within like Monday to Tuesday, or whatever subsequent days, Wednesdays to Thursdays, Fridays to Saturdays. I'm like always on the cusp, like somehow I'm like in the day, whether it's like deep into the night, into the next day, or like the very morning, like, I don't know. So I'm sorry. It's actually a horrible strategy as a streamer. But you guys know that my ultimate priority has always been game. And so I just serve game above all else. But I feel bad because I want to make sure and keep a steady frequency open with you guys. So it's always going to be the eternal balance, the battle of making it all happen. Let's see. We're gonna have to create a stun. That's the stun throw. You know what? I don't know how I'm going to break them out of the being frozen just yet. But we're just going to get them to freeze first, and then we will go from there. So initially I have, if they're frozen, it will then show the sprite sheet's position that should represent the frozen state of that particular frame. And with this return, I'm freezing the current frame of the sprite. And we have to actually... This is just going to be on the front attach. Oh, I guess it is going to have a right and left. So I was going to extend the looping sprite to also support the ability to animate things in some fashion. So let's see, else if it is -1, then that means it's going to attach to the card position. Am I actually moving the card or sending the card data into the int map? I don't think I am yet. So this is the card. Let's see. When we do the init special, what the fridge? It's like forcing shuffle. Oh wait, there. I officially turned it off. There we go. There we go. What is the syntax current frame dot init y? Is it clever use of operator of current class? For init y, you're talking about like this. Oh, on the current frame. Oh, you're talking about on the A sprite. So basically the sprite sheet, it's going through the sprite sheet based on its frame, you know? So like if it's on frame 30, then the way that I have the sprite sheets constructed is they can have multiple rows per mode, but when I want to shift the sprite sheet to be doing different things, like maybe I want to like put an outline around the enemy, or in this case, freeze them in a block of ice, I put that art at like a specific row, that is well below. And so basically these are the different states, you know. So if it's frozen, I want it to do the current frame on this X position, this X and Y position in regards to its in regards to like what frame it is and what row it's on. But then if it's like frozen, I need it to go down for row heights. And row heights can include, like, if it's a multi-row, then it'll be like the row height will equal to like 2 rows or 4 rows, whatever the row amount is for the initial sprite animation. And so therefore it's like a way to just use different visual states, but it's in the same frame of the animation, whether it's, you know, I don't know if that made sense. It's probably hard to understand without seeing the visual, but we are not on that right now. We need to, let's see, with the, not the heel, with the special animation, this is redundant. So let's get rid of all this. And into the special animation, we're going to add a new piece of information. All we can do is pass integers into this. And what I need to know is the position of the card, because basically what I'm going to do with the frozen effect, it's going to start wherever the card lands and then animate out. And then I need it to dynamically migrate, you know, visually, like move itself, physically move itself across the screen. So it needs an origin, and basically we need to know the card position, and that is going to be, I believe, the secondary, or I guess it doesn't really matter. I suppose we could pass the what's up, Lucas? How you doing? Welcome on YouTube. And on Twitch. Got that multi-platform connection there. Wait, we got Lucas on YouTube and then Luis on Twitch. How you guys doing? I don't know if you guys are gonna, suppose you're different. But yeah, welcome in. Let's see. You mean using the brackets without variable in front of it, some index field instead of var, some index field? Oh, well, no, I was using the render rectangle ocris. So I wasn't just using that. But I think I know what you're getting at. Like, could you use potentially a dynamic field to basically specify a certain variable or whatever? But no, it's not. I don't know if you can do that in C++ or not. Sort of loose programming. I mean, you can with, like, I know with like templates and stuff, you can do kind of loosey-goosey stuff like that. Or using like the auto data type. Not that bad. Just got back from the office. Gonna chill a bit before jumping into game dev as well. Let's go. Let's go. You are not, in fact, Lucas. Well, Luis, welcome in, man. I'm sorry. The reason I confused you two is because you both have LU at the beginning of your name. And I literally saw your chats at the exact same time. One's on YouTube and one's on Twitch. And I was like, wait a second. And so like my dyslexic brain, like basically I just instantly saw the same name across both platforms. So anyways, sorry about that. I mentally cleared it up, you know, and just expressed my confusion, but thank you guys for letting me know. Nice melting face, reminds me of a scene in Indiana Jones. Yeah, that's definitely an inspiration. Kind of that classic waxy, melty horror movie effect. I'm just gonna let that play today because that's just the fun animation we did last stream, and I already implemented it into the game, but right now we have to focus on getting the flash freeze card to work. So yeah, it happens. Yeah, it does. But hi to Lucas as well. Luis says hello to you, Lucas. We are living in the multiverse. Okay, maybe the screen was scrolled to the right and not showing the whole context. Yeah, maybe. It didn't turn out that gory, too. Very nice. Yeah, like, I don't think it's scary. Like, I was worried that it was going to be scary, and I don't think it is. I think it just works. Okay, so we need to come up with the X origin, and I think what I'm going to do is do a center point from which to make this work. So let's see, we want to so we're gonna do dist x should I do the detection? No, we'll do, I think we'll just do this disrect.w, and that should give it the midpoint, and then on the y we're going to say y plus half of the height using my utility function. So that is also redundant. So card index never changes between these functions. Then we add the card X and Y to the special animation. All right. So that's getting fed into this event. And then let's, we're going to jump over to where we're actually listening to this event, which is right in this function. And this is actually right now the scenario where we need to attach the ice, and it's going to be the front object. And I'm using this front enemy attach data point in the database to specify whether or not, if it's 0, then that means it just needs to display in the background. You know, just needs to be like across the entire screen. If it is a 1, that means it's true. It needs to be attached to each individual enemy. So that was used for the life drain, because like the little electricity look actually is like a little sprite that's attached to each enemy. And then the negative one is going to be attached to card. Because I have a feeling there's going to be more than one card that I do this effect with. But basically it'll, wherever we drop the card, it's going to start the animation, and then it'll have to spread through the whole screen. So yeah. What's up, Blend Jam? Welcome in, welcome in. It didn't turn out that gory. Yeah. It's assigning a value to hash map or array. Yeah, so what Akris is talking about, he was thinking that, here, let me see. What are you guys seeing? Yeah, you guys are seeing the right thing. Okay, so basically he thought that I was just doing 2 brackets and then showing the thing. And I think, like, if I was to do something like that, like this method, I think would be to dynamically specify a variable, you know? So it's like, I think the concept behind this, and this doesn't actually work, but I think the thought behind it is that you would create like a variable that would represent different objects. So then say you had like, you know, Bob and Tom, and then you had like the var variable, and you would just be like, okay, now we want to actually only update Tom. And so then you do something like that, or I only want to update Bob. But I don't think you can, I'm not sure that you can do something like that in, I mean, you certainly can't with this syntax in C++, but I've seen it in other languages. And it's kind of like a loosey-goosey way of saying like switch between these two. But I think to just do this in an organized way in C++, you'd end up just using like a vector or an array and then just use the index properly. So I mean, Akris, you're not like, I feel like I've wanted to use that technique in the past, and it's like not a bad I think way to consolidate code if it's in a language that actually supports something like that. But I've seen it actually function in other languages, is my point. So you're not like wildly off or anything, by the way. I mean, so let's see. You just text and syntax without identifier doesn't work. Yeah, it's just like that specifically, that shorthand wouldn't work in this particular language, but you just stuff into like a vector, or I don't know, make like a switch statement, some other way to specify. Akris, you can't post code. Otherwise the auto, I feel like we haven't seen the auto mod in a couple of streams. Here to Akris for getting auto mod. Let's go. In Object-C, my old work language, the bracket syntax is how you'd call a method. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've only ever seen it with the open and close parenthesis to actually trigger a method. All right, so let's right now. Okay, we've got to access the events, which is going to give us the information on the, like, so that's the card. Okay, where do we load in the card index? We actually need to grab the event function, which I think is called AOE event. This is a big ass function, by the way. All right, so here we go. Special events, special any event. So here's the whole function, by the way, guys. So I have a dispatch class, which I'm listening to say, is there any special events? And this is my main update loop, and it's massive in my level. So when the level's running, it does a lot of stuff, and sometimes I worry that it's getting a little too bloated, but a lot of this stuff is only when it's only active when it's active. So like only when there's a special event, it's going to run this block of code, but it doesn't always do that. So basically we use the status all method to pull in all instances of the event special animation. And with that, I say, like, if it's found, then we come in and we pour through all the existing ones, and then we run our respective functionality based on each special. So technically, you could have multiple special events that would all get run at the same time, but I think I have a cooldown which makes it so that you can't exactly play a card twice in a row like that. But you can pretty much stack them. If you have the mana, you'll be able to do it. But we should like stress test that at some point. But anyways, so it goes through this for loop. So this is coming back as a vector, a shared pointer vector, which it doesn't really need to be a shared pointer, honestly, but whatever. I'm just leaving it. But because it doesn't exchange hands, so that's kind of a pointless use of shared pointer. Anyways, I don't really care. So here we are. going through, this is like the timing for the special, and it basically is a generic way to do all the specials in kind of one method. And so each one, they basically, every special has to follow kind of a template. So it's got like background art that animates, it's got the foreground elements that are working, and I'm adding like more flexibility to the foreground elements. And here's also where we compute in, well, we just specify screen shake, and we just have stuff shaking around. And all this stuff's coming out of the database. So like I basically feed the event and I say that it's for this card, and then I just access the data for that card in the database. And but I'm also now I'm also sending the additional information of the XY coordinate. So why don't we actually collect that? I guess we only need it in one instance, so I suppose I'll only instantiate that variable inside where I need it. So I'm a little more efficient that way, so we don't necessarily have to define integers that we're not going to use in other contexts. So let's see. This is if the texture is available. We're going to blah, 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 blah. Here we are into this one. So this is where we need to pop it. So we're going to have to say, I'm going to say T card. I'm going to put a little T to specify that it's just temporary. I kind of go back and forth whether I use like the temp prefix, but anyways, I'm a mess. So here we're going to grab the card X from the hash map, as they say, the integer map, and then we're going to grab the Y. And now we know the center point of where we dropped the card. And I hope I put in the right center point. That I'm hoping because I'm putting in the big card center point, but we're dropping the little card. That actually might be problematic, because I'm thinking once we start dragging the card around, I'm not sure that I'm tracking the big card. So let's go back to the card. So here I'm using like the main distract. I think I need to use the secondary distract. So secondary sprites distract. So let's just grab that and then pop that everywhere. We do something like this. Bloop, 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 paste. So now it's the secondary sprite. So that should be the small card. And then here we're grabbing that information through the events. And then I should use that to place the actual physical location of that particular thing. So right now, this is the left X. Should I use that as an offset? No, I'm already using that somewhere else. What's up, Byte? What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, you got confused due to line wrapping. It was cards, current frame, int Y or something, not current frame init. Chris, you're totally good, man. You're always welcome to ask like questions like that and get to the bottom of things. Because I prefer that you understand, you know, if you want to like understand what's going on, I'm always going to try and help you all understand as far as it is possible to understand someone's code when you're just dropped into the middle of it. Because I mean, I don't know, I currently have like, at this point it's probably closer to 30k of lines of codes for this code base, so it's kind of hard to know everything that's going on, especially when you're just dropped right in the middle of the context. But yeah, is wild, those Objective-C times. Runtime string comparisons. Runtime string comparisons. Where are you seeing that, Orshi? And yeah, I'm pretty sure I do do that. I actually have a sheet of constants that is a bunch of strings, and then I use that for the comparisons in a lot of cases, but that's also eating up a lot of memory, and part of me wants to convert it all to just like integers or something. But yeah, right now currently we're doing a lot of integer or a lot of string stuff, and it is slower, eats up more memory, no doubt about it. But let's see. So for the distract, we're going to be utilizing... Here, I'm going to do this. We're just going to specify 0 there, and then we're going to come back into the direct, and we're going to do the math that we need. So we're going to need the position. So the X... fuck. The card is going to... The little card is going to be consistently sized so that I could probably... Oh, wait. No. That does need to start from the center point. Yes. Okay, so actually, no, that's fine. All right, so we're going to pull in the direct width. We're going to subtract that width, and then that'll be the starting position, and then the Y is going to be let's grab the, actually no, we'll use this. We're going to say fl direct.h. So that's the half of the height of the sprite. And so that way it'll be centered vertically, and horizontally it'll just start fully to the left. And then it's going to go through, add in into the front loops. Just a looping sprite. So just basically independently runs its own animation. And we're going to amend the looping sprite class to support a movement. And before I do that, I'm going to just finish out the rest of this functionality so we got special background foregrounds, init X, this. So for this one, I'm actually not going to fade it out. I'm pretty sure. So I'm just going to... So these animations, these dynamic animations, all they do is they fade it in. And then they specify it like fading in and like staying faded in. So I think all I need to do is get rid of those two animations. We just have the initial fade in, and I'm not even sure I need it to fade in. I think we just want it to do its thing. Yeah, we're not going to fade the foreground in. I'm just going to comment it out for now, just in case I come back. But what's happening today, Byte? We are coding in we're running the flash freeze card. So basically, when you drop a card, no matter where you drop it on the screen, it's going to emanate like this frost wave. And then as the frost wave touches enemies, they will turn into a block of ice. And so we have to... Right now, we're trying to drop the effect from the origin of the card, and then next we're going to go into the looping sprites class, and we're going to make it so that it can dynamically animate itself off the screen. Huh. You know what, though? We should just put the animations here, because then I won't have to amend the class at all, and then it'll just naturally take care of itself. But that does... the only thing about that is that we're going to have to do the math to modify the timing based on how far it goes. Which I should have that math already in the projectile class, because we have to like vary. We can just specify like a generic timing for it though. Eureka time. Okay, so I'm going to I actually am going to utilize the dynamic animations, and I will leave them to be on a linear animation, but it won't fade in. I'm going to leave the fade out, and we're just going to specify that. So this is the origin, which we specified above, and so that is the starting point from the card, and this is the left. So that means it's going to go from the right to the left, and so then we're going to have to say its Y position will never change. That's going to be the same, but oh fuck. I just realized we're going to have to extend the animation. Damn. That means it would potentially be like really large. We'll just double. So we're going from 270 to like 50, 540 or do that right. So, fuck. That means the animation. Yeah, because I can't change. So for now, we're just going to leave it. It's going to have like a weird crop right now for now, and we'll have to go in and fix the assets. It's not that it needs more frames. It just needs more height so that there could be additional bleed just in case you're dropping the card at a weird location. Because right now I only made the animation to fit at only like a specific position. But yeah. Thanks for the hydrate. So we'll fix that later. Growing pains. All right, so the X position on the left side is going to be 0 minus so we want it to like go off screen. So I'm just going to give it the width plus 10 times -1, and that'll be off the left of the screen. And that'll be the distance that it has to travel. And let's say that's not a Y, that's an X. So the let's see, so that's going to equal this, and the Y won't change. And to get the distance, we will say so just like that. So that's going to turn the negative number to positive plus the actual disdirect, oops, FL. So we got the negative plus the positive to get the full distance. So that's the distance, and then we're going to need to divide that by the distance that we want it to run. Times 120 milliseconds, and in the end we're going to round it and cast it to an integer and that's going to give us a varied duration. So basically, depending on how far it goes, it's going to like give us a different amount of time that the animation should run. And then that, wait a second, that's 120. Actually, we don't want to round it. We're going to leave it as a float and not do this. And then I also don't need to multiply it for the milliseconds because this duration, I believe, comes in at seconds. So we're going to say, we'll make that a float to make sure that it divides into a float. Yeah. So making this positive plus the X, that gives us the distance, and then we're going to divide it by 4, and we're basically saying that it's going to be 4 pixels a second that it's going to move. And that's not technically like how it's going to animate. It's just going to animate based on how the RS easing computes it. But it'll give us kind of a ballpark and a varied duration number that we can just feed into this. And that'll give us hopefully approximately like the same animation, whether we drop it like 8 pixels from it or like, 700 pixels, and it'll give it like the same pacing animation. But let's see what's next. So that's getting the left one from the left, starting from the card all the way to the right. I could make it so that it doesn't necessarily run from the card, but that would look like not as cool. We'll sort that part out later. I'm like... I'm not totally sure how I'm going to pull that off yet, but... we'll persevere somehow. There's like kind of a few ways we can do it, but I'm talking about how the bleed of the sprite is going to look. And for now, it is going to look a little bit shitty, a little bit off, but it's okay. We can just like drop it in the middle or something vertical middle. So this is going to be for the right side. And I think, let's see. Yeah. Crack open that database. I'm pretty sure for the flash freeze, we did specify for the, oops, give me the card, data, flash freeze. We're gonna say for the right flip. Okay, we got a right flip. Now, that is good. That is good. So that's the position from... okay, so actually, no. See, this one has to be... no. This one we just say the X because it's on the right side. And... the X position. It might actually need to be -1. Because I'm pretty sure the card's width is 22. We'll just see if there's like a weird gap if I need to subtract that so that it overlaps more. We'll just start it there. All right, so we're loading. Here we ask for the flip if it calls for it in the database, which it does. And we're going to get rid of the fade. We're going to create this last animation. So we're going to use the same. Same duration for that. But we are going to specify for the front end X is going to equal... it's actually just going to be 790. Because we want it to be off the screen to the right. I wonder if this is going to work with move camera as well. It's another can of worms. All right, so it's going to start from its start position, go to the end. And that would be it. And then it would... let's see, when we specify it... yeah, so it does have its own loop frame. So then it should just loop that last little bit. And... I think we're ready to test this. All right, let's blow it up. Let's see if it works. On any level whatsoever, what we just wrote. Oh God, there's an error. What is it? Enemy sprite 394. 394. Huh? Huh? What's wrong about that? That didn't move it. Fucking hell. Okay, here we go. It says... it's returning on a bool. What the hell? Since when am I returning? You forgot a value when frozen equals 1. Dang sprites. What's up, Wild? Yeah, return boy. Akris, you got it. You got it. So I'm trying to remember what else. Guess we'll just return false on that. Why am I returning the bool, guys? What is the deal? Handle mouse clicks. I don't know. There's something running where it's asking for it. But anyways, yeah, I did forget the bool. This is like the only update function that I think has a return bool on it. It's very rare in my code base. I think what it is I'm using it to help me detect mouse clicks when I'm grouping enemies together in the level update function. So when it's like running the update for the enemy, it just collects the bools, and then it's like if one of them's true, then add it to this thing. And because I had this function where I'm clumping enemies together so that if you're clicking on 2 overlapping enemies, that it'll toggle between them, basically. So like if you click on the outside one first, it'll highlight them and it'll target them. But if you click that guy again, it'll automatically target the guy behind him. So that was why that has a return value, return bool. It was for clumpage. Wow, 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 wow. All right, let's grab our first frost card and see if it works. Flash freeze. It's not going to freeze the enemies yet, but I'm hoping the animation works. All right, here we go. Ah! It didn't do it. All right, so let's see. Let's grab another frost card. And we'll have to run some debug. All right. We're going to go into the level and I want to see what happens. And go into the game, unpause, drop it. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho, ho. It didn't run it at all. What the hell? All right, we got to check the database. Front enemy attach. Maybe that's not -1. Gonna need a doctor to check out that clumpage. Gross. Gross. All right. Front. Can you guys see the database? Yes, you can. How exciting. It's the database. Whoops. Should make it really big? No. Where the hell? That's in. Yeah. Okay. We didn't specify the proper thing here. So this is supposed to be -1. for that to work for database or for flash freeze. All right, so close. That's all we needed. So let's close it. I am gonna build it again because I want to, in case I need to debug it, I want to. But anyways, it was just because of the database wasn't showing -1 for front enemy attach, so I didn't know it wasn't running this yet. You've got some clumpage problems myself and a couple of sites. Probably, sure. Probably Lightspeed, the fake speed server. The fake speed server? Definitely sounds like a scam. All right. It's going to look like shit, but hopefully it runs. This time the code will actually run, and we'll see how it looks. I think tonight I'm going to make some brownies. I got a bunch of delicious dark chocolate brownie mix that I got to mix up and make some good, delicious brownies. With 2 eggs. For added protein goodness. I'm looking forward to them brownies, guys. I want them brownies. All right, here goes. Oh, it didn't work again. All right, let's pause. Actually, let's pull out a card. Give me another frost. Before we run it, we're going to drop another breakpoint. And I'm going to keep it small until I don't need to debug. So I'm going to drop a breakpoint here to make sure that this is running. It looks like it's still not running. So just to be sure, I'm going to click this as well and see if it actually just gives us a value. What's the info? -1. Okay, so here it is. Oh, what the hell? $179 for a Y coordinate would be way off. My level is currently like 1200 pixels tall, I think. So, okay, we're inputting the wrong coordinate here. So this... Okay, son of a bitch. The secondary dist Y. So I have like 2 resolutions operating at the same time. I'm doing like pixel squishing basically so that I can shrink the cards and keep them like decent details without having to draw 2 sets of the card, because I figured it was going to, it looks better. And it's going to, it's going to make less work when I have to make more cards and I don't have to do every card twice. But I also did it for text rendering so that the text would render more clearly. And I ended up just putting the graphics into that layer as well. Just only for the cards. The only thing that's a downside from it is that I'm mixing basically smaller pixel sizes on the cards next to larger pixels in the background, because the background is all at the 480 by 270 pixel size, but the text in this other card graphics are being put into 960 by 540. So therefore I made the outside of the cards on like the bigger size resolution of the card, I actually made it so that it's thicker, so the pixels actually match on the actual outline and general kind of like vibe, but like the interior of the card has smaller pixels by half. And I'm hoping that like it just works, you know, like that it's not. And I honestly, the longer, when I initially did it, I was kind of like, oh, this is definitely different. But then now that I've been looking at it for a few weeks, I don't even notice anymore. Like this is just coming up because it's part of the code. So basically I'm using the secondary sprite distrect, but that is positioning itself at 960 by 540, not with the 1200 like translated to be 2400. It's actually just 540 height. So then I have to basically convert it back into the 480 by 270 realm, and then also increase the height to the 1200. So we got to convert this back. And I actually did this a bunch of times within this class to make it work between the two resolutions. But I'm being a little sneaky about it. I mean, I'm not like hiding it, but like I'm trying to make it so that you don't notice that I'm doing that. But that way it would be easier so that when I'm producing cards, I only do the art once. The text looks better. And I needed to do it mainly so that I could have translated text. Because to have a font that works at actually 480 by 270 is really, I'd have to manually create it. And I can't do that for other languages because I don't understand, you know, how to write Japanese. So I had to like, you know, figure it out. What image types am I using? I predominantly use PNGs. I'm a big fan of the PNG. It's a lossless, big fat file, but it looks good. All right, so let's see. There's got to be a place where I'm converting these. Feeling chilly today. Okay. No. I do in the draw function. Let's check there. Draw function. Draw function. Do I reverse it? Does mean the exposition will need to be also updated. So I believe this is it. This conversion I need to do. Except I don't think I need to add the 140. Here is the one I want. It's more straightforward. You love the PNGs? WebP for images that don't matter as much quality-wise. Yeah, PNGs are the business. I don't know if they're going to be the best for web dev. I mean, generally, they're... Well, you can actually compress PNGs. You just get these extra programs to just run compression on PNGs. So you can actually, like, compress them a little bit. But obviously, when you're going, like, for transparent effects, you're going to have to on web dev. But all right, so let's get back to init special. And here, basically, these numbers, we got to do the conversion. And how do I want to run that? Suppose I could just use that. All right, so these are the conversions. I'm just gonna use the same. And we'll assess if this is consistent. Okay. So initially we're getting the X position within the 960 by 540 realm. And so that's like the actual center point of the card in that particular resolution. And then we need to convert that down into the basically 780 by 1200 resolution. And so then we're going to say that this is now half. And so now when we half this, we're getting the position within the 480 by 270. And then we're adding the 150 plus the direction offset. So that's like where the camera placement is to determine if basically where it would land on the camera placement. And then, so that's the X position. And then for the Y position, it's just half of the 540 realm into the 270 realm. And then we're adding the additional 863 plus 22 for some reason. What is that math? Why is that? So that's like me getting specific for like whatever particular element I was converting from one resolution to the next. So that is 863 plus 22, 855 minus 1200 is 315. 378 plus 363. No, wait. 1200 minus 378 is 822. Did I move the position? Shit. I forget if I made the game even taller or not. So I'm gonna leave. Let's see, if every place that I'm utilizing 863, am I also adding 22? So that looks like, yeah, okay, so I did extend it. So we're gonna leave the 22. And so that hopefully will be the proper conversion, and we'll get the actual, like, the real proper coordinate. And that's what we'll find out when we hit this breakpoint. All right. Now the coordinate is 413 by 978. That should be correct. Well, it started the animation correctly, but it's not moving the animation. Oh, it is. It is. It's just really, really, really slow. There it is. We're slowly freezing everything. It's happening. And you can see how it's getting cut off on the bottom. Because again, I'm going to have to extend it in order for it to actually work. There you go. So we just need to speed it up. Goodness. Building again. Let's see. So I also need to add the initial animation shouldn't be moving. So we're going to add those initial few frames and just assume that it's like 0.25 seconds. Bam, bam, ba-dam, ba-ba-bam. All right. I was fixing something on OBS. All right, so let's do the test. Is it faster now? Not fast enough. But it does move with the camera like we want it to, and it is getting cropped in the wrong ways. When you freeze, you can add the feet of each enemy and ice block to indicate that you have frozen them. Yeah, I already have all that art designed. We just have to trigger it. But right now I'm just trying to get the initial effects done. And I don't even do just like at their feet. I do their whole body, like they're an entire block of ice. Like that, all that art is completed, and it's just a matter of turning it on as the wave hits them. But right now I'm just trying to time it, get the like wave timed out right. And we do need to fix the art for it, but I think I'll wait on that and we'll just continue just coding, getting the code organized. But we're going to trigger that soon. Yeah, or she will be turning it on in a we will turn that shit on as soon as I figure out. So this somehow wasn't long enough. Let's overkill. I'm going for the overshoot. So we went from 0.25 to 0.75. And this is hopefully to hold it in place for the initial animation as it expands. And then once it's fully expanded, it'll start to move. And then we're trying to make it run faster as well. So we're doing all the beautiful little adjustments. This is how people normally wear hoodies, right? Yeah? Perfect. That's what it's all about, baby. People are gonna come in and be like, I can't help, but it feels nice. It may look stupid, but alas, I am stupid, so. Art imitating life. Maybe it's still too slow. I think I want to increase the frame rate, frame delay. And so let's see, front animation. Delay, we'll drop that to 90. And we will push this to 200. Going for the overshoot. And I think the 75 was like a okay delay, so we'll just do that. You add sunglasses to this? I mean, I would, but they're like out of reach, so. Getting too complicated. You're right. I really think it ties it together. The speed's better. I like the faster frame rate, but the delay is a little too slow. So now I'm going to bump that back to 60 here and here. Did Mr. Streamer lose his mind? I don't know when it happened, but it was a long time ago. I'm just trying to be cool. I'm here to live my best life. as we wait for this code to build. There's a lot of things we've got to do. I'll just wear it for so long that I'll forget that I'm wearing it, and then people will come in and be like, "What's wrong with you?" And then I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck's wrong with you, man? What the hell, man?" People are so mean. Okay. We could decrease the time even more. I guess I'm going to go back to 5. I'm going to take off the glasses, though. It's not the best. Hey, oh good sir, looks like the game creation is going well. That it is, Matrix. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Thanks for lurking and hanging out. It is moving along. Have you ever thought about making a pixel art tutorial? Yeah, perhaps I should. Perhaps. I've only made like little quick tips on my YouTube. Little shorts. To say, you know, whatever. You're dressing just like those vibe coding engineers? Just kidding. Yeah, I would never be a vibe coder. I code live, baby. Authentic, grade A. This is like... This is... I imagine this is how every vibe coder actually looks, though. You're right. Okay, we're going to go back to 4 here. We're going to keep backing it up till we feel like it's the right thing, and it actually should be faster. I'm going to go for the 300. I'm going all the way. Yeah, this is me like parodying what vibe coders look like, except you're watching me just code live. I'm the vibe, and the code's coming from me. That's why it just works. You would watch my tutorials? Yeah, perhaps I should do that. Should work on that. You could even do pixel art course. I definitely buy that. Love your art, man. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate that. Well, you guys know that my focus is making game, but in order to release the game and properly market it, I should, you know, I am putting out like free materials and stuff for people to benefit from, to build trust and to be like, guys, check it out. My game exists. Please know that it exists. And if you like it, hop onto Steam and give it old wishlist. No big deal. But my main focus is getting the demo live because I need to sign up this month for Next Fest. And so that means I need a demo for, damn. I need a demo by June, and I think I'm well on the way for that. And we'll definitely be like putting out a thing for it, a demo that you all can play before then. And hopefully I can get some debugging done before the next fest. But you know how it is. My dream job is to become a vibe coder influencer. Maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll just tell everyone I'm a vibe coder, but then they're just going to watch me code live and they'll be like, wait, why are you talking about actual code, bro? Why aren't you like talking about the prompts you use? I'll be like, my prompt is this. We need to properly code the syntax and understand what's happening. And that way we'll make like a cool vibe while we do it. I don't know what the fucking deal is, bro. I'm just a whole vibe. Ah, I think we're on the outside. So we're going to drop it back to 450. I really should have put this part into the damn database so I didn't have to build it every time. Am I hearing freaking Nujabes? That's right, you are, son. You watch some streams with just coding? Well, that's what we're doing today. We're just coding, except we probably do have to expand the art on the Frost Blast because it doesn't look like it's tall enough. Like it's getting cropped, but we don't care about that yet. We're just trying to get the fluidness down first, the animation timing, and then we're gonna get the frozen enemies to freeze, and then we got to get them to unfreeze, and then we'll probably then like look at the actual thing. You know what I mean? So this is what YouTube Stream with You looks like. What's up, Eric? That's right. Apparently, yes. I'm just vibing today because it's all about vibes now. If people want to talk about code, we got to be talking about vibes because it has everything to do with coding. You know what vibes is secretly code for? It's code for smoke weed and still get paid to do something technical, because you're like handing over the responsibility to an AI while you just get to sit back and eat Cheetos and watch cartoons. It's all about a vibe, bro. Oh, it'd be so cool if every job was just like so easy that like you could just push a button and it just gets done. It's almost like I'm not even necessary. Fuck. Dinner time, have to work. Coding, thank you for hanging out, man. Have a good day. Have a good dinner. What up? Gyro, what's going on? That's what vibe coding comes from. Of course it does. I'm an ex-stoner. I know the signs. Everyone wants to be lazy and ineffectual, but get like paid like they are. Like they aren't. You should change the title to something like The Lines of Vibe Coding My Game. I bet people would join. Better not. Nah, I'm not going to, because it would be misleading. Because people who are like vibe coders would absolutely hate my stream because I talk shit about AI. I think it's going to be the death of intelligence because people are going to become very dependent on it. And oh God, the fuck. I thought 300 was not good. All right, we're going to try 325. seems like too fast now. So I'm trying to slow it down. I generally feel that like it will be helpful and it'll be a tool that we all have to get used to using, but to completely rely on it, to completely be guided by it, is to basically remove yourself from the equation altogether. Because it's not going to take long after your employer realizes that like, oh, hey, like we're paying this person to push a button that I could push. It's so dumb I could do it. Like, you're fired. Like the more you just straight up rely on shit to just fix stuff, like it's a joke. But it is true that eventually it will become more efficient at absolutely everything. And it'll be more about curating something good as opposed to whether or not you're able to technically pull it off. Because the more that your computer illiterate grandma can create competing software, the more code itself will become insignificant. What will become significant is the narrative, the story, the design, the look, and how it's all brought together. So anyways, vibe coders would hate my guts because I'm just not generally a big fan of rendering myself obsolete and having zero purpose. Because as a man, I need a purpose. Otherwise, I will become horribly depressed. Horribly. I think there was an AI that told someone no with coding for them, and it was so funny. Wait, they said what? They asked the AI to be like, will you code this for me? And they're like, no, I will not. I have rights. I am not a calculator. So what is vibe coding? Simply blind coding with AI. So vibe coding is basically, it's a way of, basically all of your code is written, I don't fully understand what it is, but from what I've seen, and mostly it's probably been parodies, it's literally people writing code from prompts, from AI prompts. And then they also, if the code breaks or has an error, they like write into the code so that the code itself then like starts using AI prompts to fix itself. So they're trying to get like self-replicating code that basically they just kind of like nudge it along, but it just kind of does its own thing. That's what I keep saying to my colleagues, but they're like, no, bro, you should use it. Otherwise you'll fall behind everyone, blah, blah, blah. You can use it. It doesn't mean you should. It's different. Well, look, I think what matters is that like your competitors will be using it. And so therefore you should know how to leverage it in the best sense, but you shouldn't use it to replace your understanding of what's going on. You should understand why you're like, oh, like that's not optimized, or like this isn't working, this code doesn't fit with that code. You should understand how to fix it. And then you should instruct the AI to like do the things that are monotonous. You know, like the only time that I've used AI in this code base, I will show you. There's only one place where I actually used it and didn't get rid of it. I will show you. It's in the database. You see here in this code right here, how this is all like just repetitious, monotonous nonsense. I'm saying take this field from the database and load it into this object. Take this field into this, load it into this, you know, this variable. Like I just do that again and again and again, and I do it hundreds of lines of it. There was one time when I added 50 new columns in the database, and I was just like, you know what? I already know what this code does, and I don't need to like manually write that out. So then I went into AI and I had it do it, and it did it. And there were still errors that I had to fix. So you still have to be like looking over what you're doing, but like monotonous shit like this, yes, it gives you a leg up. It helps you. It's like a more advanced like search and replace. That's good. But generally writing code, especially if you're just having it write just a portion of a code to your overall program, that's going to be really difficult because it doesn't necessarily understand your context. And if eventually it does, then, you know, then it's probably going to be writing code that you won't even understand. But I think in general, you want to leverage it in ways that are going to help you produce things faster, because that's what's going to make the difference. Your competitors are using it and they're going faster, right? But like, if they're using it to write everything, then their code is probably going to be slop, because they're going to be stitching together shit that's like kind of crap. And it's going to break down, and then they're going to have to fix it. And then they're going to be like, oh no, the AI doesn't understand how to fix it. And then they're going to have to put their hands in the code for the first time. And they're going to take like a ton of extra time trying to fix something that they didn't even build. And you're going to be like, oh, like, yeah, like on line, 1200, I added this like one function to do this one thing. I guess that's probably where it's going wrong. And you go and you check and you're like, oh yeah, that was it. And you fix it and you move on. Like, there's ways to leverage it to go faster, but don't lose sight of what coding is and understanding what it is. And this is true of all things, like they're saying like, the Ghibli art thing, how to be an artist, like all this, like they're going to use it to replace being a lawyer and a doctor and to study in college, like all this crap. It's like, you guys are just using all these shortcuts, and what you're really doing is just like making yourself really reliant on this prompt machine. And guess what's going to happen when everything's bottlenecked to this machine? Big corporations are going to buy it up, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, you can use this. It's just going to cost $500 a month. And you're going to be like, fuck, I used to have a job where I made X amount, and now they pay me the same, but I have to pay like $1,000 a month for this prompting thing that does the work for me. But I'm just like getting the little sliver off the top, having to push a button. It'll be the most depressing thing ever. Like, I think the most depressing time I've ever had in my web dev career was when I started building more WordPress sites, and everything was more based on like CMSs and just pre-built templates. Having like never building anything myself, just always using other people's stuff and having to like use their broken ass shit, trying to stitch all these different plugins together to make them all work together. And they weren't built to work together on top of an already bloated framework. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm just bought like an IKEA piece of shit furniture, and I have shitty instructions and this is my life now as a developer. I'm just like putting together shitty IKEA furniture for people, and it breaks down, and it's just like, there's no integrity, there's no joy. I'm not thinking about how to build this stuff. I'm just basically regurgitating schlop that I hate, and it doesn't even work properly. So everyone just ends up hating everything. Zohix, thank you for the good vibes. We're all about good vibes here. We're all about super vibe coding. Great example. That's exactly what I'm mostly using it as well, to automate manual things and save time. AI should have we should have focused on automating the dangerous jobs, like the stuff that's really difficult to do, but it's like the reverse is happening, where basically all of like the cushy, creative, and happy jobs are going to go away first, and then we're all going to become plumbers and do like the dirty jobs now to actually make money. And then like after that goes away, then we'll just do nothing. We'll just turn into Wall-E, just big fat slobs on chairs that we never get off the chairs because our legs have atrophied. They just feed us Slurpees all day. Is that too fast or not fast enough? It's still a little bit, I think, if we drop it down to 3.5, 3.5. This is a difficult thing. 3.5. Should it be faster? 260. I just have to be like tweaking this stuff back and forth. So it's good that we're having a random conversation. But here, what's Gyro saying? Using AI as a helper with coding because you don't have a coding experience, but I try to learn and understand what's what. Lazy people make yourself replaceable and reliant on technology. It never happened before. Oh, wait. Things are just changing, man. What it means to be a coder and stuff will change. But the thing is like the people who understand the underlying construction of how everything works, and I'm talking about everything, any skill set that you take on, if you learn it for real from scratch, you're always going to be a step ahead of someone who just implements prompt. Use like prompts to do whatever they do. I mean, there's gonna be like this thing where like right now, like people don't exactly trust AI yet. And it's like soulless and weird and different, taking away things. Like it's removing humanity away from the equation. And eventually people are gonna value that. In probably like another 30 years, people are gonna just be like, oh, you do something with like an actual human brain? Are you kidding me? You should be using this AI, which has like a 3,000 IQ. And you're just going to like not want to, like that generation will no longer want to do anything that isn't that, you know? They'll only trust the technology and then they'll really have you by the balls. Because then what's going to happen is people will start to influence the LLMs to like only disseminate certain information, you know? And they're just going to start to control people deeply through it. So I just say always like spread your resources out, learn from different sources, get actual physical media, books written by different authors, learn from different people. Don't just like learn from one thing. Because it'll be bad news, man. It's where things are headed, but I'm just glad I grew up in an era before internet happens and I was able to just like play outside and be a normal kid and then just read books and like learn how to do everything, you know? I feel like this day and age, if you don't know how to like, you don't know how to cook, you don't know how to repair your car, you don't know how to like do just kind of general life things, then you're sleeping on all this like insanely useful information that's available. Anyways, my diatribe aside, I've been going on and on. I'm still just trying to time this, and it doesn't feel totally right yet. So the timing looks like it breaks away from... I did recently make the hit numbers like twice as big. So like when you see enemies get hit, their numbers are like way bigger now. But I'm gonna redo the font because it's not it's like the size I want, but it's a little too kind of bulky and blocky right now. All right, so is it too fast? It's like that weird like middle position, you know, where it's like it's so close to being right, but it does look like there's a hiccup, like the timing. Like it hangs. So we're going to drop that to 35. Gotta go, but probably coming back in some time. Lucas, thank you for hanging, man. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to everybody. Even my prompts for AI become better after I started to understand coding, and I don't think it'll change. People used to tell what invention of cars would remove delivery services. I think there's going to be like, it's going to, I think, go weirdly in two directions. And this is like my prediction. Like what used to be a well-paying career, like web dev and like front end, like kind of easier, lighter coding and stuff, is going to become, you're not going to get as much money for it because it's going to be like vibe coders and just pumping out HTML and CSS. And I think generally people don't care. You know, if you're just doing like JavaScript, CSS, and HTML with vibe coding, that you're going to get like $12 an hour. You know, like it's going to be like working at like a fast food joint or something like that. Like you're not going to make much money at it anymore. But people that are doing like really advanced, insane shit, that because they understand what's going on and they're using the technology to like take their stuff like worlds beyond what they used to do, those people I think are going to do really, really well, because there's only going to be so few that actually can get into the upper echelon of what's actually going on with hypertech stuff, you know, like, and the capacity to go, one person can go farther. So if one person has like this deep, high IQ understanding of things, and they can do the job of like 100 people, then like insane things will start to happen. All right, so it did break apart too soon. But all we can do is speculate. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but there's a lot of chaos happening right now. A lot of stuff's up in the air. So I say hold on to your butts and just continue doing the things that you love for as long as you can do it. Don't worry about it. Don't want to waste your life worrying about things. That's what I'm doing right now at this point in my life. I just want to do things that I find that I'm inspired to do, things I'm passionate about. And I realize no matter what, you have to work. You have to be earning some money. And so you're going to have to, there's going to have to be a capitalistic tie-in somehow. If you expect to continue doing that thing. Or you can just go get a job doing something that pays for the life that you want to have, and then with whatever leftover piece of yourself that you have, you can put into doing that thing that you love on the side. That's also very viable, but it is true that you know, when you do something part-time, it's going to be very long and hard process to break out. It's gonna be really hard, man, to lock in. The way that I'm doing it now, it does require like a lot of like balancing between the two, timing wise, and if I push this into the looping sprite and we go for a manual push on the X position, then that will guarantee a more seamless effect. Where this one still seems like it has like a bit of a hiccup. But what was good about it is it was like easy to implement, but yeah, this is a tough scenario here. Okay, so let's get our minds back in the game here. So, to consistently ring, ring, ring. Mustafa, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's see. All right, so it did seem like 3/8 was the best time. This is like the best case scenario here. So what's difficult is this very time here that I don't know if that's going to give it the consistency that I wish. I think I'm going to go with my original idea. Which is going into the individual looping sprites and then adding that functionality in. Which means we're going to have to potentially We'll have to do a setting. Here, let's close some of this stuff. And let's go into loop sprites header. And here we're going to have to specify if we want it to be so I'm just going to move by a specified velocity and have it move start based on the start of the loop frame equals, where are you? Start frame, loop start frame. And like so. Like the vibe of your game channel. Great tip on solo dev and YouTube, by the way. Keep up the great work. Mustafa, thank you. Appreciate that, man. Welcome in. Gammon, what's going on? Could you tell me how to find that kind of background music I love? I'm just up on Spotify. Currently we're listening to Riyin anime OST. So T velocity, what else did we need? T special, that's the velocity, and I made side equals 2 for that one. So we got side move, start velocity move, and take this. Loop start frame, side 1, and for T velocity, int equals, we're just going to say 4 for now. Going to likely adjust that. I'm going to pop into setting, do its looping thing, update. So this one's going to bypass. So we're going to have to add also, let's see. So if current frame is greater than or equal to the move start frame, then we will start moving it. And then once that is underway, it will run the animation until it hits its completion. Let me see. This actually... Alright, fuck. So it'll have to be side equals 2 if it's greater or equal to x, or side equals 1 and is less than or equal to x. Okay, so that says if it's completed. And this one, we're just saying it is a move, and then it should manually move based on that position. So it's probably going to move really slowly initially here, but it should seamlessly like go up to the expansion and then start moving. And then that way we can start to specify something that would match more the animation. I could probably benefit from opening the original sprite and see how much frames I'm actually moving and make it consistent, because it's probably not consistent yet. But Kado, welcome in, man. How you doing? Yeah, I tried to like stream earlier today so that I could somewhat say hello to the night crew, but now it's getting into more the afternoon, and so stream's been kind of day streams. But starting Monday, we'll get back to doing night streams and hopefully be able to connect with people my usual time slot. But it's also cool to kind of reach new people at different times. Whoops, not pause. We want to test the frost. The flash freeze. Okay, let's see if this works. Well, it moved everything in the wrong direction. Let's see why. So this one is... should be -4. Obviously that needs to go way up though. Probably to like 12 maybe. But why was that moving in the same direction? Side 1, side 2. The different velocity. Are these public? Yes. So I'm adding velocity, so that should be negative. Why this be? Might just need to run it with a breakpoint to understand. But velocity, this should just be -4. So then it's adding -4. And then side 1. Side 1, side 2. The only thing I can think is that somehow this is not being properly computed. Let's check it here as well. That seems pretty cut and dry though. What the hell? This was my like original thought on how I would approach it But then I thought I'll just plug into the original animation style. But this is going to be more sturdy in regards to hitting the right frame that I want it to then break away, and then that'll make it easier to, I think, make it more seamless. But to make it seamless, I am going to have to open up the sprite and analyze the distance that I'm moving within the sprite itself, which is probably a little bit variable right now, so we could potentially adjust that. So here, let's open it up. So right there, that's like not even a very super consistent movement. Let's see. All right, let's hit this breakpoint. Let's see what happens. I'm setting all these as integers. What the hell? All right, so we need to make them all ints. That's the problem. Derp. I knew it was going to be a derp. So everything else was like seemingly good. All right, now we've got a nice set of integers. And let's do it. So I expect that to work. And while we're letting that build, we can assess the movement between these two. And it's kind of generic because it actually is moving kind of a variable amount, but so right there, that's probably the biggest problem, is the fact that I am creating all these different these distances between each frame, and that needs to be more consistent if I want it to look smooth. But let's see at least if this works in a basic sense here. I'm going to dump the breakpoints here and get back to the big version. All right. So yeah, I mean, it breaks that apart at the point that I want it to, but it goes really fast. So we just slow that down, slow that velocity down. Let's say it's just 8. And probably need to try to create like a consistent animation for the sizes here. Programmer assigns the integer to a Boolean, C++. All right, no problem. Yeah, I didn't complain about it at all because, I mean, aren't like underlying booleans integers anyways, but it only accepts like 0 and 1. But it was not going to work in this scenario. So we need to get it to actually freeze the enemies now, but we also need to fix the animation itself, because now that I see it in action, there's things that needs to change about it. Like I want it to be a little bit faster than that, but let's get the freeze to actually trigger as well. And so let's speed it up again back to, let's say 10. Was it too slow? It's going to be hard to, I think, get the rhythm of it right because of the fact that I'm doing like a very distance on the expansion. Apox, what's going on, man? Saw the goblin face melt from the last stream. I missed. Looks so clean. Yeah, I got it yesterday. I got it integrated into the game. I can show it to you. It's called Life Drain, and right now I'm working on this this frost one. So, and I need to revisit this animation. I have the general look of it down, but it's just, I think it needs to continue to expand a few frames maybe before it starts to loop. But I think I'm just going to try to extend this animation as best I can and work with what's already there. But it does have to be like twice as big. Also, nice job matching the walking animation speed to the feet moving. Feels very planted and firm. Yeah. When I initially created the enemies, they weren't planted. It took synchronizing the animations themselves with the code. Okay, so let's just keep it at that. And here is the face melting. So let's actually get it to trigger the enemies freezing. Okay, so when I'm going through the enemy types, let's see, also. Okay, so now we understand that it's a freeze, and then as we're going through looping sprites... Okay, so now I need to... I think what I'm going to do is pour through I'm going to pour through the looping sprites and determine whether or not one of them is freezing. And we're going to have to load 2. But Whispery, thanks for pulling up the wish list. So I need to figure out where in the update I want to do this. Here, intro, that's the intro. Intro, we're already kind of pouring through the looping sprites and we update them based on. That's just intro stuff. Intro. Journey's complete. Clear those. And that's got a return on it. So we're pouring through. We got screen shake. Front enemy. Target enemy. Targeted. Set enemy target. Is that dealing with the damage yet? Got any timeline of when it might come out? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out by the end of this year. There will be a demo. I'm planning to join the Next Fest for June. So there'll be a demo that's playable by then. And then I'm hoping by the end of this year that I can get this all done. But if it's not at the very end of this year, it'll be at the very beginning of next year, basically. So around that time. I don't have an exact time yet because I'm just waiting for certain things before I do the release. But that is generally the plan, yeah. Lots to do, lots of work to get done. Get it out. So that's the card. Card carried, plued. Blah, 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 blah. That's the carry. These are the nodes. Nodes will be unaffected. And then we come into the... That's when the special starts to run. Get out of that. Oh, like OBS lagged for a second. Hopefully we're still good. So AoE event. Projectiles. Aha. So here looks like where I start looking into the enemy stuff. So prior to this, I'm going to look into the front looping sprites. So I'm passing the raw pointer. Suppose I could just make this a reference. But then if it's a reference, I don't think it can have a value of null pointer, can it? Or it would. Front. The fuck? But the problem here is if there is multiple waves running at the same time, then they will clash, and the most recently added wave will be the dominant one. So let's see. I'll create a frost wave left, frost wave right, and I will add to it whatever indices that specify that there's a wave coming. And I guess I should also add the wave type. But if I keep it generic, because there's probably going to be other wave types, so we're just going to call it wave left, wave right. And then we can just check within the looping sprite what type of wave effect that it is. So we'll do that check later. So this generally will go through, no matter how many waves are present on screen, it'll track them. And then we can now that we've loaded into wave left and wave right, we can analyze that against the sprites and their positioning. So basically the way that the frost wave is going to work, or any wave that would work, is that if it's on its respective side and has passed the Y or the X position of the enemy, then if the effect, whatever respective effect it needs to do hasn't been triggered yet, it'll trigger it. And if it already has been triggered, it'll just skip it. And then I've also added to the end of the looping sprite that when it's completed, it'll no longer track it as a wave. And that way it no longer will compute this stuff when it's already kind of run its course. So that's enemy cluster stuff. Death waiting true. Let's get into, this is looking for clusters. Getting into, that gets the enemy. Death check. It's all damage stuff. A lot of enemy stuff here. Oh, so here we're already doing a check to see if it's coming into contact with the saw. So that's like a node check. And if it's flying false. But that's for flying false. We don't care if it's flying or not, but we do care if it's death waiting. So if death waiting false, here we'll run the check. Can I safely use J? Let's do J. Else, if side is 2, wave right has more than 1. So we're only going to check its respective sides. No need to do more than that. And if the X position is greater than the enemy dist X plus the width, So that'll freeze it. So this will do the freezing, but it's not going to unfreeze. So I need to come out with like a thaw timer or something. Okay, while that builds, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Oh, sorry, you guys been seeing the database the whole time? There's the code. You can look at the code. Right, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's test this. Will it freeze these enemies? Look at them. They're all frozen. Permanently frozen. So now we need to unfreeze them. It does happen a little too instantly there. Tree needs to eat. Is there a card that could shatter the frozen enemies? The frozenness is not going to stay there forever. It's going to be like basically it's going to like stop things for like a short period of time, like I don't know, like 10 seconds or something. I haven't figured that out yet. It's not going to be permanent. I'm just coding it for the first time here, so it's like just getting them to freeze first, and then we got to get them to thaw out. And I'm thinking, you know, should we have it so that if you attack an enemy, should they like be unfrozen? Isn't that kind of a common thing? Once you've attacked a frozen enemy, they become unfrozen. Yeah, like a delay, indeed. But I'm just trying to, I want to improve the timing because it feels like it instantly froze them before the X position was over them properly. So oh, wait a second. That's fine, actually. Okay, so you know what? It has to be. Yeah, that's. Perhaps it should be their width. Do you have control over certain attacks happening? Otherwise, they would unfreeze maybe when you don't want them to. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing is like, if you think about it logically, if you have something in a block of ice and you're like shooting weapons and hitting it with swords, then the ice would naturally break apart. And it feels like in most games, when you freeze things, the biggest advantage you're getting is extra time to basically crowd control and you're slowing down certain enemies while giving yourself opportunity to like maybe build something, upgrade something, or you could focus fire on just a particular enemy that you want to kind of pick out of the crowd, which you can totally do. And you can focus fire on things unless you're using something like saw blade, or you're using like an AoE that attacks everything. So yeah, there's kind of like some disadvantages that come with using the frost. So it's a matter of using it at the right time. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of like what makes games fun, is you don't want to make like every single weapon become like this impervious thing, you know? So it's like if I can freeze things and then attack them while they're frozen, then all I'd want to do is accumulate a bunch of flash freeze cards and then just continuously like freeze everything while I kill it. And so I think I will make it so that if you attack an enemy while it's frozen, it'll be unfrozen, but just that enemy. And yes, it will enable them to continue attacking, but it'll prevent all the other ones from attacking in that moment. And if you want, I guess there is the problem though that there's auto firing. So like the best you could do is like maybe point the, like aim to the right, or like focus fire on a particular enemy. So that's, I don't know, that kind of does bring it into question a little bit. Well, because like if you have spike shot, for instance, spike shot is constantly firing, and if you don't manually select a target, it just auto selects the frontmost target, but it does only attack one target at a time. And if you have something like saw blade, steel tooth saw, that one will just attack any enemies in its path, but it'll still again just only attack the frontmost enemy. But if you have an enemy that's targeted like in the back row and it's in range, it'll go through and it'll attack all the enemies in the row. So that means if they're all frozen, they'll all become unfrozen if attacked. And I have to differentiate between the initial frost attack and any subsequent attack. So I think there'll be like a brief like window of like when they're frozen, they won't be unfrozen, but then any attack after like a particular time, it will happen. But let's see. You're in an ad? Well, we'll figure it out. We're going to be figuring it out as we go anyway, so it'll come up again. Are you back from ads? So, let's see. Half points, and we got the half points. Yeah, okay, you're back. Well, I was saying like the alternative would be when the frost, when an enemy is frozen, there is weapons that are auto firing, and you can never like shut them off. The only thing you can do is have them, you can like focus fire on a certain thing. Or if you want, you can point the weapons from the left to the right and then maybe like target only one enemy. So, I mean, the best you can do is while things are frozen, you can only be firing upon one enemy. You can never like just freeze everything and then halt all operations, which you wouldn't really want to stop firing. You would just, at best, want to prevent attacking a bunch of enemies at once. Meaning, like, you know, you got like the steel tooth saw that can like attack like the entire row of enemies. Or doing like another AoE, like the meteor storm would like attack all enemies at once. You know, stuff like that would like unfreeze them all. So yeah, we're gonna have it shatter. Like if they're attacked, then the freeze effect will go off. But right now I'm trying to improve the placements in which the detection point at which it decides it's time to freeze it. Because right now it looked like it was just instantly freezing everything. Probably because the boxes for them are really big. But I want to make sure like the midpoint of the wave and the midpoints of the enemy pass each other, and then it'll be good. So then this one, see if it's greater than. But did I get this backwards? So if it is on the left side, if the wave is less than or equal to the enemy X, and then greater than on the right side, that should be correct. And all right, midpoints. So let's see that. So I'm just trying to see like if the point at which they turn frozen is the proper timing. And then after that, we're going to come up with their natural thaw time when they just break, when they just stop being unfrozen. And this is something I was thinking too, like they need, like I was going to instantly just shut off the frozen effect. So it's just going to turn on and turn off, like toggle directly. But I wanted to have like an extra sprite that would be like shattering ice. So we still need to do that. Hey, Acrylic, thank you for the raid, man. Welcome in, welcome in. Shatter Ice, Annie, and 540 Heights, Annie, main freeze, and then right now we're going to do the thaw timer. How's stream? It's going pretty good. It is right now I'm working on the flash freeze. Come on. Thanks for the follow. It's basically trying to make the frozen effect like freezing enemies as like a wave passes over them, and I'm trying to get the timing right. And I still need to improve the animation itself, but let's see. So there, like, you can see how he's like frozen into a block of ice. That's like as far as I've gotten so far. He doesn't unfreeze yet. He just like freezes and stays there for now. And we're just slowly integrating it like one little step at a time. So let's wait till we get a few more enemies out on stage. And then, so we need to implement it so that if they're attacked, then they would unfreeze. So right now they're just like invincible. But I want to see it freeze like a number of enemies at once. And it looks like they're not going to be taking any damage and stuff too. But I think they would like take all that damage all at once if they were unfrozen suddenly. All right, let's try this. So that one, the second one didn't work. So the first one worked, second one did not work. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the left side was working, but the right side isn't working. So let's check this over. And I got a segmentation error on the right side. Oh, duh, because we're using the right wave, the left wave logic on the right side here. So it's obviously going to break it. So the right. Right. And Let's test it again. Okay. So I think this will confirm that like it works. The timing, the detection point is better. And then we'll work on the thawing after this test. And I think I need to make tea soon. I'm out of drink. So we'll come up with like a generic ice shattering animation, which should be relatively easy effect to achieve. And then, so we'll probably work on that before we work on expanding the frozen wave animation. Because that we need to increase the height by double. Hopefully without making it wider as well. All right, flash freeze. First attack. Get frozen. I also want to potentially revisit the background, because that was like the original like FPO background for the flash freeze. I feel like it should be something a little bit more curated to the effect. I was thinking like kind of snapping, breaking ice in the background, maybe. All right, perfect. So it like freezes them as it passes over them. All right, so now we got our guys stuck in their little ice. And now we need to do two things. We need to add a timer so that they just like thaw out in their own time. And then we need to add, if they're attacked, they're broken out of the ice. And for now, it's just going to be like, they're just going to snap out of it. And just proceed from the like frame that they were at. So, and then after we do that, we'll work on the animation to have like ice kind of shatter when that occurs. So that way it's a believable moment. But for now, it'll be like a snap and it'll be whatever. But all right, so I have on the enemy sprite a function called stun throw, and currently let's see, I am saying probably could consolidate these. So let's just call it stun. And then we'll do throw equals 0. And we'll make them constants because they're not going to change. And here. Do this. So that'll cover for both scenarios. So basically, I'll just run the stun, and as we do that, let's see, where do we say frozen? I'm saying just halt it on the frozen, but we could move this above and complete if stunned throw equals 1. Then we can toss in the force throw. And then we can also check that if frozen equals 1, then frozen will also be removed. And when we do this, when we actually freeze them, we're going to say stun for I think we might need to add this to the database. And how am I going to carry it into this moment? Bam, bam. So that's the back attach. We need the front attach. Yes, so stun throws will now be changed to stun. I guess it's just that one instance. And for here it is. So on this one, when we add the front looping sprites, we're going to need to add the card index. T card index here and here. Gotta use like a pre-existing. Cooldown. I could use delay. I think I'm just going to add a new field though. And we'll just call it buff duration. And that'll be whether it's duration milliseconds. We'll have to do it in milliseconds. Buff duration. MS for milliseconds. And we'll have to do it in milliseconds, so let's see. So we'll say 7 seconds for the initial one here. So we're going to have to pop into the old structure for the card and add in an integer for buff duration MS. Pop into the database, parse it. These are for doubles, these are text, and this is for the integers. Try to add it at the same location-ish. Where's cooldown? Does not look like it's following it, but whatever. Stick it here. Cooldown. Right, because it's double. Buff duration. All right, so that's now a database field, and then we can just say buff duration MS for the stun. That way we can programmatically change that, or just through the data based on however long we want things to kind of run, however long we want the buffs to run. So he'll be frozen for 7 seconds and then he'll be unfrozen. So let's give it a shot. Does it work? Does it not work? Boo doo doo doo. I think next week I'm going to start adding sound effects. I think it's about time. Start adding in them sounds. All right. Oh yeah, I can't have defined parameters on the implementation. My bad. I can only do that in the header. Specifying default values for parameters that only occurs in the header. Otherwise, you will be backslapped. Be slapped. Okay. He's frozen. Does he unfreeze? He unfroze. Let's try it again with a bunch of enemies. So now we got to come up with an animation of the ice breaking at that moment. So it looks a little bit more interessante. We should also probably put in the logic for when he gets attacked as well. If So after like 10% of the buff duration, it will be available to break the buff. Okay, so once it is breakable, so I gotta add in broken ice animation that doesn't exist yet, but it will soon. Honestly, it'd be pretty easy to throw together. So here, if it breaks, we should get rid of the broken break buff. Just want to know if it's breakable, and then once we know, then we're going to, let's see. We're going to want to attach it to the enemy. We're at 0, 0. The same width and height. Then coming into here. It is enemy sprite will be represented through, how many is there? So enemy detection, get that midpoint, and then we're gonna split half of dist width. And the Y, dist height, and the dist. Oh, that's like an adjustable. Let's just assume it's going to come from center. Which means we're going to go utility split on the height. Get that mid Y. And we're going to say minus split dist height. Get rid of that. So that is that. That is that. All right, and so that is, I'm getting the underlying raw pointers. I think that's just looping sprite like so. And that's the case, then there should be multiple of these. Right, all right, and then at the end, we're gonna wanna say T special equals null pointer. And this load texture, cards, front image. I'm gonna change that to this shattered up PNG. What is the default? 0? I think we can go for the 0. Special foreground true, that's fine. And then I want to change special to be T-ice shatter. Whoa. preload the ice shatter image, which I don't know what this dimension is going to be. All right, let's create. So we got to create an ice shatter effect, and let me give it this kind of bluish look. Let's do the orc. Orc big boy. Take one of his frozen frames. What's the plan today? What's up, Van Staken? I am working on the freeze attack. It's called Flash Freeze. So currently I have it so that there's like a ice wave that goes over the whole screen, which still needs a little bit of editing. But the visual effect needs editing, but the actual code is working fine, where it spreads across the screen, and as it hits enemies, they turn into a block of ice on their respective frames, and then after 7 seconds they unfreeze. And I also put in a function that if they are hit while they're frozen, after a certain amount of time, the ice can be brokeable if you attack that particular enemy. And so when they become unfrozen, I need to make it, I'm trying to create an animation right now where the ice is like shattering, because currently they just like stop being frozen. They just toggle out of it instantly. So I need to add like a little shatter animation. And that's just going to be like ice cubes exploding. And then we got to think it's going to be centered around their hitbox. So let's just say roughly his hitbox is like right there. So then we got to think something like that. Maybe possibly a little wider. 180, not taller. Shatter eyes. Is this effect difficult to implement? Well, was more difficult than the life drain. Like I just added in this life drain effect and it was just like a little bit of electricity on the enemies, you know? So it's like really wasn't too bad. And then I also put in a stun throw effect for it. So this was a relatively easy effect to put in. Not as easy to animate, but I think it turned out good. So I'm pretty happy with it. But this other one, this part's being like a tricky aspect of it, trying to make it like emanate from where you drop the card. It does like a ice wave and then everything freezes. It's just like a multi-part thing. So it's not too bad. Honestly, it's not too bad. But it is unique, so we're kind of having to add new little bits as we go. Get rid of that. So I'm going to use the same... Let's use the same color palette as this. Whoops, not delete. Gimme them. Gimme, gimme. And we will save this. As under there, ice, shatter. Then it looks very complicated to animate. Well, here, let me show you what's what we have so far for it in game. Definitely, like, just the actual animation part of it was a little bit of a pain. Last stream is when I spent most of the time working on that. Oh, we need another one. Need another one. Need the frost. Where's the flash freeze? There it is. All right, so we run it, blast across the screen, and now he's like, he's frozen. And after 7 seconds, he just breaks out of it without any sort of residual broken animation. He just stops being frozen. So that's what we're going to do, is add little transition so that when he's breaking out of it, there's like a little shatter of ice. And I was thinking I want to redo the background animation for it as well. But that's what we have built so far that we've done today. Last stream, it was the working on the actual art for it, but today was just coding business. It is work, man. It is work. All right, we're gonna create ice chunks. Hey, I'm Evil. What's going on? Raid message. What's up, White Vault? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Here's some face melting animations I did last stream. I'm currently working on an ice shatter animation for my tower defense game I'm building in C++ and SDL2.
Come on.
Thank you so much for the raid. Let me check your SO, sir. How was your stream? And if you need to raid and run on under, I understand. You're a busy man. I definitely hang out at your in your stream here and there. I enjoy it. You got good work. Very cool stuff. Tenchi, what's going on? That looks sick. Thanks, man. Zero with the raid messages. I love the generic message. It's awesome. So smooth. It definitely has the creep vibe, but not too creepy, not too scary. You must run to work. Love you all. Thank you so much for the raid, White Vault. Good luck with work. I hope it's a good day. And it's not too stressful. Developing something from scratch using C++. Yes, actually, we were doing a lot of coding today, but I got to the point where I need to do this animation of ice breaking, and so I just started animating this. But here, I'll show you guys what we've been working on. So it's still a little rough, but the ice effect is like partially there. So we'll show you what we got so far. That's admirable. Thanks, man. So it's a card game, and it's a tower defense card game, and it is live action. So it's not like pausing for turns. You're basically just like live dropping cards as you go. So you can like, it's kind of like Hearthstone here, where you can send cards back if you want to like replace a card and start with your initial 3-card hand. And then you use that to start placing on the different nodes to do different, weaponry and different weapon types and stuff like that. And so currently I'm working on what is, called it's just like a special, but it's got this little death flower here. You click that when you've earned one, and I'm working on the flash freeze. So when you do that, drop the flash freeze. I want like a blast of like ice that like goes across, and then it freezes enemies. And then right now, like they just stay frozen for 7 seconds, and then they just like stop being frozen. So I need to make like an ice break animation, and so that's what we're working on, is the ice break. But basically, it's just enemies coming in from the right and the left, and you get cards every 12 or 15 seconds. I forget exactly what it is. And you're just trying to survive based on the cards that you're given, and each card has like a different power. And you'll be able to curate your deck and, just build your own deck, unlocking cards as you play the game and deciding what deck you want to put together and fight with. And you can also like manually update Arcanas directly, but it's a little bit more expensive than, say, if you had like actual the card to just drop twice. It's like cheaper to upgrade that way. That makes sense. But yeah, it's work in progress. Working on the frozen stuff. Zero, thank you for the follow, and Tenchi, and Hey, I'm Evil, and Mad Duckling, thank you all for the follow. You guys are awesome. So yeah, I need to also refine this animation. It needs to be taller, and it needs a little bit more work. It's not quite where I want it to be, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Wind, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This is awesome. Well, guys, if you have a Steam account, and if you are able and willing, go ahead and wish list it if you so wish. Even if you don't want to buy it, the wish listing really helps like push me up into the Steam algorithm. Once I release the game, I'm going to be releasing the game in hopefully this year, by the end of this year. But there will be a demo, a playable demo, in like another 2 months. In June, I'm going to release for Next Fest. It actually might come out sooner, but I'm going to be getting ready to put it out Next Fest. So I'm planning to apply for the Next Fest before the end of this month. But before I do, I kind of want to get a little further along before I just want to feel like I can really do it. But I probably should just sign up and just do it. I should just do it. Just creepy enough to look sick, but not to the point to traumatize anyone. Exactly. Yeah, like I was hoping for that because initially when I was making it, I was a little bit like unsure whether or not it would be too much, but yeah, I'm like just currently we're running around on the a lot of coding today, but we're gonna get back into that a little bit as we implement this animation. But we need this first. We need this animation first. So we're jumping around. So this is going to be just ice chunks that like fall on the ground and then like shatter. And so that'll just be like the generic ice shatter effect. And maybe I should come up with like a different one for the flying units, or if I should just do the same. I don't know. But so you can basically deck around in this game. That's right, Gyro. Pretty animation intensive. I see, looking pretty good. It is. I tried to, I did this particular game, you know, a tower defense game specifically so it'd have a smaller scope. And I ended up giving it like I gave myself a lot of work to do anyways. But it's helping me develop as an animator and as a pixel artist and game designer in general. So I'm not sad about it. It's just how I want it to look. But I'm working on it all the time. How long have I been doing pixel art? I've been doing it for a couple years now. But I've been doing digital art, like traditional art actually, for a long time. And I actually went to, I got a bachelor's degree in media arts and animation back in the day. So I learned about, you know, animation, drawing 2D, learning 3D, storyboarding, just visual storytelling and color theory, all the stuff that you learn when you go to art school. And didn't really get into the digital side until like, you know, like 3 years ago. I started converting my traditional skills into more digital. And I was like partially digital. I just didn't really color all that much. And then I finally got like a Wacom and just started drawing digitally. And then naturally I just went into pixel art too. So, Lore Behind the Tree, gonna give it a guess. It's the same tree from the Wise Mystical Tree meme, but aged a bit. That's canon for me now. Sorry. There will be lore, and there's also going to be a dialogue system here. Like I'll show you guys a little preview of the dialogue system. It's going to be how I tell the story is just going to be through dialogue. Just little like dialogue breaks, you know, little moments of like a little bit of yappage, but not too long, not too intense. Just a little bit of like lore here and there, just to kind of give it an extra personality and help to make sense of what's going on. And just practice storytelling, because after this game, I'm going to be doing a roguelike dungeon horror game, basically dungeon crawler. And it's gonna be spooky time. And there's probably gonna be some like, you know, storytelling elements in there as well. But like, basically I'm taking a tower defense game and I'm overproducing it. Like giving this game like more production than it deserves, basically. Because I'm just practicing all the things that I want to get good at. And I'm also kind of building my own system, you know, building my own game from scratch. I'm not using a game engine, so it's just kind of, these are the systems that I want built in. So I like learning art, pixel art. Is there anything you can enlighten you with? General advice is draw things that you love, draw subjects that you're interested in, find artists that you like, and do your best to learn how they do what they do, deconstruct what they do, and practice. Awesome, naturally, yeah. So anyways, so let's get back to it. Lots of work to do, guys. Lots of work. Over making tower defense game relatable, even though I'm not a Giga Chad to properly code. So using Godot. Guys, I don't think using a game engine makes you like less than, you know. you guys know my story. Like, I was a Flash developer for 10 years back when Flash was still relevant. And like, I did it professionally for so long. I got used to a certain way of doing things, and that was building games from scratch. You know, when you build games for 10 years a certain way, you come into it thinking, I don't want to use someone else's framework. I want to do it my way. So that's just what I wanted to do. Because I have like this, I've just ways in my head that I build games that I did for like a decade. And I didn't even really consider game engines. I mean, I did lightly, but not really. I just decided I want to do my own thing because it's what's most interesting to me. So anyways, I'm basically a souped up Flash developer. Just think of it that way. There's no such thing as overproduction. If you can do it, just do it. If you're not going to do it now, you're going to regret it later. Just go for it. That's how I feel. I agree with that. I just want it to look the way I want it to look. And I just want to put in the elements that I like about games, you know, and I'm like combining like Kingdom Rush with Hearthstone with Final Fantasy Tactics, and that's only to the extent of like the dialogue system, like just kind of like that feel, you know, just kind of like bring it all together. And definitely like, you know, Metal Slug, pixel art sort of, like there's a lot of different inspirations, like Wizard of Legend 1. There's a lot of like pixel art inspirations and stuff that goes into it. It's just kind of like my amalgamation of like what I want to see in a game. And so, yeah, I don't think normally people wouldn't need to put this much attention and development into a tower defense, but I don't know. I just want to, I guess. I'm kind of crazy. I don't even expect this game to like sell really well, you know, because I think tower defense is a pretty small market compared to all the other markets. And so it's like, even within that small market, can I like even break in a little bit? I don't know. Maybe not very well, but like at least for me, the value from this project is going to be completing the thing, you know? Getting it done, getting it released, marketing, and trying to just put my creation into the world. It's alive. Seeing what happens. And then hopefully when I get to the horror game, I will be a little bit more knowledgeable about how I want to approach it and do it more efficiently and be more marketable and just to have like a stronger release. But I'm instantly going into the horror game production after this game, like right away. Right away. But not before I give this game the proper love that it needs, because I intend to have at least a minimum 50 cards that you can play, and I would like to go beyond that. But for every card that I make, there's like animation and functionality that needs to happen. And I think eventually there's going to be a lot of overlap in the functionality. And it's going to be more like stylistic at a certain point, you know, or like it'll be like the same card but stronger than a prior card kind of a thing. So eventually I think getting up to the 50 and beyond won't be so hard. It's getting the initial foundation, which is kind of where I'm at right now, trying to get the initial cards built out. And I also got to make the other levels. So the levels are going to be based on the season. So it's essentially the same look, but the season's going to change, and so it's going to be dramatic. Like summer is going to be a lava level, winter, fall is going to be like it's a little bit horror themed, like Halloween, and so it's going to be shadow magic. Each season represents a school of magic. So springtime is earth, obviously summer's fire, winter frost, and fall will be shadow. Which is why I'm going to have a little bit of a horror theme. We're going to get a little bit into the horror stuff for that level. And I'm saving it for like the last part of my development, because I'm looking forward to getting like horror themed things in. and I want to have the most fun with it. So next we'll probably work on like fire enemies and then frost and then get into the meat of the horror. Some big games are actually simple when we think of it, but they go 110% on visuals and to stand out. So even if the code isn't too extensive, it's all about knowing how to allocate your efforts. So yeah, I mean, I'm like very on track with that, like hoping that like I can increase the sophistication of the game as I go, but I am trying to make it look nice, like look solid and also not be buggy. And then beyond that, I would like to hopefully deepen basically just make the game harder, like make it so that it's a lot of information that you have to over time kind of learn, and it's not something that you just instantly can pick up. But at the same time, I do want it so that you can just like instantly pick up the game and just play with it. But the more you learn about it, the better and easier it gets, and the more kind of interesting challenges you can kind of get into. But I've never developed a card game before, so I think the trick about it is basically creating all the visuals and the functionality and displaying the capabilities of the cards in a new way. That's one thing that I'm thinking like I want to like change a little bit, because right now I don't really show like certain aspects of the card. Like it's like I want to put more stats on the card to make it look more, it actually shows like the sophistication of the card more. Because right now I just show like the mana costs and I generally describe what it does, but I don't show its like attack power or like its speed or anything like that. And I think in a lot of card games you see like the attack and the defense, you know, like basically the attack power and armor. And I'm like thinking maybe I need to put those numbers in or something. Thanks, Wind. You had to learn doing arts. You're a noob also. Interested in the journey? Yeah. Pretty sure many of us want to start like that. For example, first game I wanted to make everything. Then I discovered there are game dev engines, and later that somebody already developed a mechanic I wanted to use, so it saved me a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a generally sound philosophy. Don't reinvent the wheel. But when you create your own engine, like I intend to use this engine for this game, and then I'm going to use a lot of it, the good chunks of it towards the next game. So this code base is going to be the basis of the next game as well. So the more games I make with the code base, the more it makes sense to make my own thing. And end of the day, I own it. So I don't have to ever get hung into like install fees or weird like business practices. And if you use like Godot, like you don't have to worry about that, for instance, you know, because that's open source. So there's already ways to use engines that way as well. But again, I just really want to learn C++ deeply. And the best way to do that is just to do it yourself. And I'm only building a 2D game here. If I was making a 3D game and I had 3D elements, then I would start thinking, okay, 100% I need an engine. But since this is a 2D game, I don't think it's a big deal. It's not that hard. Game engines are just tools after all. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with using game engines at all. You know, in a lot of cases it's really smart. And for me, it's just wanting to learn the code, learning the language like deeply, and not have to just be limited to what an engine provides. I'm just kind of going my own route, which is tough. It's more maintenance. It means it's like I'm gonna have to deal with bugs and stuff that's, you know, kind of doing my own thing. So it's a challenging path, but for me it's interesting. You know, you find using commercial engines pretty boring too. Godot over on YouTube. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. You know what it was? It was because I was a JavaScript developer for like a good 8 years. after Flash died, and I got so sick of using frameworks that just kept coming and going, constantly changing and breaking my stuff. And I would just be like, I'm fucking sick of this. I just want to build my own thing that's just in something stable that just moves a lot slower. Wait, you can change the onion skin colors? Yeah, I recommend it. If you change it to the red and the blue, red being the prior frame and the blue being the next frame. So that way, if you have a frame in front of you and in back of you, you could tell the difference. But 100%, Louise, yeah. Just by looking at chat, we literally wrote a book of advice for Riyin art. Just checked it. Yeah, it's super useful. Overkill, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. They're so annoying, and you constantly have to relearn from scratch. Frustrating rather than annoying, I guess. It's both. I'm just burnt out on it, and I just wanted to go my own way, because I think society in general is really headed more and more into, let's use pre-built stuff. Let's not think for ourselves. And as I saw in web dev, it going that way, I always fought against it, because I always hated doing work that was just like cookie cutter bullshit, where it was like, just use this template and this CMS and pump it out in like faster than ever. And it's like, you just push out this piece of shit, and clients happy because it came out fast. And then they're angry because a week later it's all broken because they like pushed upgrade on plugins or some stupid nonsense. And you're just like fixing other people's crappy code all the time, and it just sucks. You know, like, it's like that dude that had that JavaScript NPM. He had like a JavaScript package on NPM that was like literally doing one line of conversion or something, but like 90% of JavaScript websites were using it, and to like, because he was angry because something was happening, he wasn't like, I don't know if people were taking it or something. I forget what the story was, but like, he just took it down, and he basically just like shut off half the internet because of this one stupid conversion line that was like, dude, you could have just put that into your own damn code. Why did you need an entire package for this one stupid thing? It's just shit like that. I'm just like, it's a joke. I'm like, give me a break. I just want to do my own thing. And at least when something breaks, I know it's something I did. It's my fault. So then I can think, what did I build? And then go and like fix it, you know? That's correct. That's why I said it's admirable. I can't go through this custom engine game stuff. I use Unity now for my main projects, and for game jams, I use Godot. Nice. Well, that's awesome. You're the left pad maintainer. It added padding to the left. It's also important. It was like a package like that, 100%. Yeah, JavaScript and Node is a kind of the craziest, most insane conclusion to an idea of what if everything was dependencies? Well, because everyone's trying to make stuff run, make it so that you can build stuff faster, you know, by not rebuilding something you build over that you might have like felt like you built over and over. And if you're like a project manager and you're managing coders, this is sound logic. You're like, I don't want to have them like constantly rebuilding things from scratch because it tends to take a little bit longer. Sometimes there's learning curves and it's difficult. And it's from the business point of view, from the time management point of view, it's smart. It's like, you can't argue against that logic, but I can tell you one thing, as someone who's coded for over 20 years in his life, when you're just implementing other people's shitty code, it's boring. It's not fulfilling at all. But when you build something from scratch and it works, it's like there's just a satisfaction that is just kind of hard to explain until you do it. it's just more satisfying, more gratifying. And that's why I do it. It's not because it's like the most efficient path. It's not always about doing the most efficient thing for me. It's about what keeps it interesting, what gets me excited to like wake up and like do work that day. Plus, if I ever have like a certain thing that I want to achieve in the code, I just think, how do I build it? No restrictions, just build whatever comes to my head. And I just think, how is that possible? And to me, that's just the most fun. I don't know, but looks like we're in ads, so I'll probably pause the conversation for a moment here. Ooh. Chief, what's going on? You had to make everything from scratch because of the building things are not that difficult, but you are right today. We are expected to just pull down and modify. Yeah, game dev is a hobby that I enjoy as well. Web dev is the most boring thing in the world. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes it's okay. Web dev was a lot funner when there was people were making Flash sites because everyone was like, let's make like a little game. Yeah, you know, and it was fun. And now it's just like, let's make boring template after boring template of just displaying information. And people don't even go to like normal sites anymore. Like without like a game or something interesting to do on the site or getting like some sort of like specific information from the site, there's just no point, you know? Like I still think there's relevance to sites that are like wikis or like, you know, when you're in like World of Warcraft, when you go to their like talent tree emulator and you can like practice like filling out talent trees or looking up class information or, you know, I'm sure it's the same for like Magic, the Gathering and Hearthstone cards. You go and like look at sites that have like all the information displayed. That's still like a useful site and a fun site to be part of. But generally speaking, sites are pretty boring. You just go to like pay bills and, you know, internet isn't as fun as it used to be. So I'm like adding like these shatter animations as they hit the ground. And I'm thinking I'm just going to like leave it even for air units and see if it's like acceptable. You don't get any ads? Well, good for you. Good for you. I feel you about it from scratch. You had more satisfaction doing a simple broken path finding instead of implementing. Yeah, it's just more of the implementer's world now, and it with everything that's coming out nowadays, it's even more so than ever. Like it's just getting deeper into that because normies, the muggles of the world, they want access to what us actual engineers are capable of and artists are capable of. And so they just want to bypass spending years getting good at something, and they just want to be able to like steal it and do it now for cheap. And the world loves that. The world loves being lazy. But for the people who are truly creative and intelligent enough to like stuff an entire coding framework into their noggin, are still going to be able to build worlds beyond people who are implementers. It's just fact. Because you're like you're not thinking in the barrier of like whatever the technology is. You got that already down pat. You're like, I can build shit, sure. But what am I going to build? What's going to make it interesting, you know? So you're like not worried about like the implementation and like having this like shitty implementation experience. You're more like, I know exactly how to build anything, but like, what's actually going to be fun? You know, like you're asking bigger questions. You're getting more macro because you're already like on top of that shit. Big ass Dev, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Learning web dev from zero just for vibe coders to get hired and get paid awesome. That's what I think is going to happen to the implementer web dev world, is it's going to become vibe coders everywhere. And it's just going to be the same mess. And I just don't want to be part of it. That's why I'm trying to break into opening my own game studio here, making my own games. So this is the first game. This is me like christening myself as like a game dev, getting back to my Flash days. You know, I spent 10 years building games. I know how to like make games. And a lot of the games were like, you know, small to medium size. None of them were really that big. And so I'm probably going to continue making games that are like middle size, medium size, not too big, because I'm a solo developer. You know, because if I made massive RPGs, I would never complete it by myself. So I'm going to be making like, you know, we're going to make a tower defense here. Then I'm going to make a roguelike dungeon crawler with procedurally generated dungeons. So that way it's like recycling like, I don't know, like 50 rooms into like making like a bunch of different dungeons. So it's always a unique experience. But instead of making 50 levels, I make 50 little rooms that I can then like shuffle and make unique levels. And then just have like a unique survivability each for, you know, just have the general attrition experience, you know, just find a way to make it challenging and interesting. So that way it can be a tight game loop that's fun, because that's, I think, achievable as an indie dev, as opposed to, hey, I'm going to make like an RPG that's has like an entire world with 50 towns. It's like, nah, I couldn't feasibly do something like that. Like I part of me wishes I could create something like Tactics. And maybe eventually I will make like a Tactics like game, Final Fantasy Tactics, but that is just mega production. That's just so much art, so much stuff, so much functionality and storytelling and all this stuff. So it's like, I got to come up with like something that's more obtainable first. And then perhaps if I have like a major success, then I can spend 10 years making some sort of Tactics like homage, you know? But that's my life story. You heard it here first. That's everything you need to know. RPG, DRPG, unite. Let's go. Me too. Best of luck. I want to start my own game studio too, but I need a game, you know, to make myself known. We might go to war when I slightly succeed. Nah, man. I think there's room for everyone, and I just challenge all of you to finish your games. Like, everyone has a good game idea, okay? It's like, it's not about like having the best game. I mean, it does matter if you have like something that's really derivative and like been done so many times and you're not really doing anything fresh with it, then yes, the idea matters. But like, I think it's more about what can you do to execute on that idea? Can you actually get it done? Can you get it released? Like, how do you actually follow through on that idea? That matters the most. Because like, if you, it's like what happened with like, what was it like? I forget the game, but it was, I think it was Blizzard's, when Blizzard, before Blizzard became Blizzard, they made a, I think it was like a DC Heroes game, or was it Marvel Heroes? It was like a fighter game. And they commissioned both the Blizzard studio in America and then like a Japanese studio, and they were both making the same game. And it was interesting to see them both make the same exact game and how they did it differently, with slightly different art style, and just the Japanese programming was like way better, but like the art was good in both, but like in different ways. And it was just like, it doesn't matter. Even if you make the same game your like neighbor's making, the way you're going to actually do it is going to be different. So put your stuff in the world. And it's like, as indie devs, we're just asking for like a small slice of the pie. We're not like live service games that are like, everyone has to play my game forever. Like, we're just like, please buy our like single player game and check it out and enjoy it for a little while. And then give us hopefully enough buys, enough people buy it that it's like, I can keep doing this and make another one, you know? Like, I think there's room for everyone that is able to actually cross the finish line and finish their game. If we're talking like shovelware, then you can kiss my ass. But like, if you're actually spending years making something from your heart, like, I will never feel like I'm in competition with you. I will just look forward to what you have to release. Because like in this implementation age, to like meet people that are actually building shit for real, you have my utmost respect, my friends. Do it. We are makers. There are a few of us left. Only counts if you finish. I tease, but it's true. That's what she said, right? I have game ideas. I burnt myself out of making smaller game ideas for too long. That basically, I made a DRPG service that handles the game rules, maze, building, navigation. C#. Okay, interesting. We'll just keep at it, man. Anytime you want to work alongside, that's what we're doing. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays I stream, and sometimes it's more in the morning, sometimes it's like through the night. My streams kind of vary, but I'm always streaming on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sometimes it's so late that the Mondays are Tuesdays and the Wednesdays are Thursdays, kind of a thing. But 3 times a week, usually I'm streaming. Unless I'm like really, if I spent the weekend doing like an overhaul on something and I feel like it's in too raw of a state, then sometimes my Monday streams get pushed till Tuesday or to Wednesday. But most of the time I am streaming 3 times a week. Doing the thing. I'm working on this thing full time, guys. I'm trying to get it done. And I know that the only way I have a chance of succeeding as an indie game dev is if I give it my all, which means assuming the risk full on and taking the loss and just doing it. So yeah, it's an adventure. It's an adventure. That's why you're all gonna have a fun time following me, because you get to see me crash and burn as an indie game dev. It's so much fun. I know this game is like probably gonna be, hopefully, a tiny bit of a success, just enough to make me feel like I can keep doing it. But I'm not expecting like even like a livable wage from it necessarily, but I'm hoping that like it sells a little bit, and I learned something about marketing in the process. And then the next game, it'll be more about trying to make something that's specifically marketable by doing more market research and stuff, because I did not really do enough of that for this game. I just built the game I wanted to build. Like a rebel. Like a fool. To ping. What burns you makes you stronger? Yeah, there you go. Almost like a Rubik's Cube. Interesting. If it does go well, do you have any ideas for a second game? Well, you know that I'm building the horror game next, right? Are you talking about like, do I have ideas for like sequels to this game? I actually do. I actually have like an insane timeline for this that will never come to pass because I just don't expect it to go that far. But 100%, it's like one of those. You guys know like Gurren Lagann? You guys ever watch that anime? You know how it starts out with a guy that's like underground, like digging in the mud? And then like he basically crawls out of like the mud hole that he's digging in because he has like an underground society, and then they like break out above ground, and he like slowly goes from that to like becoming like this he controls like mechs and becomes really powerful, and then he like basically becomes like the leader of the world or whatever. And then he like suddenly like saves the entire universe. Like it goes from like the tiniest grain of sand to like the whole universe, basically. Like it's like this huge journey in a short period of time. And it's like kind of how, in a way, how my game for Woods of War develops beyond this game. But we're not doing any of those chapters. We're just doing the initial chapter of the Orc War. But I am right after I finish this game next year, after this game is released after next year, and I like debug this game and give it support as long as I think it, until it feels really stable and finished. Then I will immediately jump into producing a horror game. That is going to be a dungeon crawler that's going to play like Hades or like Wizard of Legend. But it's going to be horror themed. So definitely more of an action game. But no, yeah, like definitely immediate plans to just get into that, and I'm excited because I love horror films. I've been watching I've been watching so many horror films these past few years, especially as I like started to anticipate making a horror game, and I'm definitely trying to get as much insight into horror genre as I can, and we'll see what happens, see what I come up with, because I've actually never really drawn like spooky stuff before, but I do know that, like, I mean, you know, look at the face melt thing. Like, I have like that sort of 80s kind of low-tech special effect look that I want to achieve for things. Like, I like that sort of approach to things, and so 100% I'll be trying to make things look like 80s horror films, basically, in some respect. But we'll see. I just don't, I haven't really spent much time developing any concepts for it. I have some light work that I've done for it, but like I'm trying to put all of my juice into this game. Because this game is basically the priority right now. It's needs to get all the love and focus that I can give it to really complete it. Because I know that dedicating myself to this project and really following through with it and making it the best that I can make it is going to make my horror game better, because it's going to give me that evolution and more practice at these skills, so that when I get to the horror game, I'll be more polished and have just like that much more experience. So this game's getting my all. Plus, I've wanted to make this game for like, honestly, like a good 5 years, and I didn't start until like a year ago, like a year and a half ago. Finally just did it. Ice breaking. Back to drawing. Yes, good luck, Wind. Enjoy your journey. Each bit of it. Since you're making a dungeon crawler using your own custom game engine, I don't want to recommend something that you don't prefer, so I'll just leave this as a suggestion. If you look up Doom 1 mapping tutorials, you'd see a weird looking map editor, but it's not a weird map editor. It's simple and effective. Interesting. I suggest you implement that when developing levels for your dungeon crawler or something similar. Of course, since you can't take the map editor itself, you can code it from scratch. I suppose that's a possibility. Yeah, I don't know if I would make an editor, because making an editor unto itself is its own task, you know? I think what I would end up doing is just having a general like logic to the game, to the each room logic, you know? So it'd be like the four walls and like if there's traps on the floor or like holes on the floor, and then different, you know, like if there's like lava or like quicksand or I don't know, whatever sort of thing, you know, and have that like kind of basic logic, but then have it so that I just have to like create basically a tiling system that I can say for these blocks, these tiles, it'll do, you know, it'll have a certain effect or whatever. And I'll probably end up just making a tile system, a tile map, and then each tile will have its own like unique power. And I mean, I suppose I could make like a editor via that, but probably won't. Probably just manually map the stuff out through numbers and in arrays, you know. But like I said, I have not really thought about it too much. I just know generally kind of my initial approach. You think a PS1 style thing would work, right? I do think people would be they're into like the PS1 retro look, like the low poly 3D look. But my game will 100% be a pixel art game. I'm pure pixel art. That's just what I'm into. But it's definitely an interesting suggestion. I know people love editors. Like, you could release an editor for your game and people would be into it just for that. But as of now, I don't have any intention for that. Like, if I was making infinite levels, then maybe, but it does seem like a sound approach, though. Like I think like a lot of tiled games kind of take that approach and then eventually release the editor. Once I get the core motion down here, then I'm going to add more texture. Which we want to do not to these frames, some of these frames. Let's see. We're probably gonna have to manually do this, but let's see. We want to do this. Shit. 7. Yeah, so go. Dark 7. Salon. You got this, Mad Duck. What do you think about VR games? I haven't really looked into it. The only predominant thing that I hear about VR is people get a lot of motion sickness, but the idea that Half-Life, you know, has their like VR game is interesting, but beyond that, I'm like kind of don't care. I'm a retro gamer. I was born in the 80s, guys. I'm old. I like me some retro stuff. I just old. Don't. One of those. And one of those. You're on the art side of things. It's nice when you have a team. You're solo like always. No shame in that. Blue. Other blue. You and yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, now for the interesting part. Let's bring in the ice texture. Whoa! Instant ice effect. Now I think I'm gonna have to individually wrap these guys. So we can start with a general texture. Let's use one with like a lot of little details in there. Where do we have a lot of little details? Oh, details. Got a details. Details. Ice. See if I can just move the texture around. We'll add some more highlights too. It's like the ice is kind of like rotating, sort of. Sort of. Love how you can be into code. I always admire those who can be. Hell yeah. Yeah, code is awesome, man. I was actually in... well, like, I think that I have a weird balance between both right and left brain, where I can be very spatially oriented and visually creative, but then I'm also very into the logic side of it as well. Like, I find both interesting. And I think that kind of goes over some people's heads. They're like, I don't like. Whatever, bro. I'm all about them vibe codes. I just try not to understand people who like try to think there's only like one special way that you should be into certain things, and it's like, nah. Whatever gets you up and working on that thing, that's the right way. Let's try that. That's a good trait to have. You're both creative and logical. I think it all balances, you know, like I think there's like a framework and a technical side to art. And I think there's a creativity to problem solving when it comes to coding. Like it benefits you to be a little bit of both. Especially when it's coming to fitting your visual assets into your code, because there's like limitations in certain ways that things are done, and the more you're like on the inside of that, the less likely you are to create a unsolvable problem, basically. If that makes any sense. It can't hurt. Ice, baby. Very true. I'm very logical and abstract, but also have an art side. I also view programming as a science art. Yeah, it is. It's just giving yourself problems to solve, basically. Let's add this highlight. Call out some of these corners. Do. Okay, time to move on. Monster Hunter music is very nice. It is. It really is. But I think I want to push it into something a little bit different. Yes, a little bit different. Gotta go to dinner. Enjoy your dinner wins. Slowly making my way through this ice issue. Once we get the ice done and get its functionality done, I'll probably call it quits, but I think we're still probably like an hour or so off. We got lots to do, guys, and I like to stick it out until the thing that I'm working on is done so that I can just move on. I like to finish what I start. And this was actually like massively productive week because I didn't expect to get through the Frost and the Life Tap or Life Train like I did. But it just came together. It was nice. So things are moving along very well. I cannot complain. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Noise. VGA, not VGPA. When I wanted to make a game, I had to buy the VGA hardware guide and try to figure out how to make graphics from scratch. Wasn't any game engines available to the common man. Damn, son. VGA? Are you talking like Amiga level stuff? Like, I didn't get into programming until Flash was already a thing, and that's how I broke into programming, was with Flash development. And then I went and got a Flash job for 10 years, and so that's kind of like the seed of like where I came from. And it started out in ActionScript 2, and then AS3 came out. So then that was my introduction into object-oriented programming. And then that's all she wrote. Somehow I read it as VGPA, but my brain registered as VGA. Didn't notice that much until you mentioned it. Ended up with VGA 320 early. 286, 386 days. Gotta go now. Thanks for stream. Mad Duckling, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you. Sorry for not staying for too long. I appreciate all the lurks and for any amount of time you guys can spare. Very much appreciated. But if you need to take care of your life, do it. We will be here, toeing the line, doing the thing. You gotta clean your room, do your laundry, you know, get your shit together, get all your shit up in a backpack, get it together. then you do that. I don't want to get in the way of your productivity and your dinners and your life. But it's midnight for me and I'm tired. Get to bed. Get out of here. Go get. I feel like this needs to tell a different story here, right there. Go on, get. Go on and get. Gotta go get yourself some rest. I wanna get it. Meow, 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 meow. Ice. Making the ice. Making some of the ice. So I'm hoping I can do sound effects this next week. I think that'll like really elevate the experience. I mean, obviously. Nice sound effects for things. I'm going back and forth of whether or not I should do footsteps for each enemy, because it could be like a lot of footstep sounds. But I think it could be really nice too if done at like a nice volume.
Come on.
Try to create that balance. Mr. Mashiro, thank you for the follow. 83, 86 IBM PC, etc. You settled on the dial-up BBS door games, text-based ANSI terminal games. Crazy. So, like, did you create like an RPG or something? So wait, if you did text-based games, what sort of graphics did you do? Wait a second. If you did text, where the hell are the graphics? What the hell? Something's off here. Dun, 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 dun. What in the turd bucket are you saying, boy? $80 by 25 character. Those are big sprites. That's big. I don't even think I'm necessarily like this guy. Let's look at this guy. What is this guy? This guy's 52 by 41. I mean, he probably goes up to like here. So we're talking like 50 by 60 ish. A little bigger, but 80 tall is pretty big. I mean, it's not mega big. You can't do like a boss, but like you could do pretty big normal sprites. Not like a big boy boss, but you do pretty big. That turquoise in there, spin it around. Save it. Spin, spin. Spin you out this way. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm trying to do that. Alright, get rid of you here. Put that there. A little bit of this. Go there. Next. That. Oh, You had to use symbols, so no actual picture per se. That sounds like Dwarf Fortress. They're developing Dwarf Fortress for like 20 years with no graphics, just like text symbols. And then when they eventually actually put graphics in there, the game sold like gangbusters because the amount of functionality was just absolutely insane. That's what it sounds like to me. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Smash. Smash. 1, 2, go. Digga 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 digga. I think we could put some like flashes as the ice seems like it's kind of flipping in a way. Do a little bit of like flashy bits. And bring the enemy back. Because that is what it's going to be like. All right, so I'm going to do another layer for the flashes. So up here. I'm going to go here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Exactly. Mines of Moria. Text-based mud game. What about a translucent white fog that gets more and more translucent as the chunks fly away? Made a final conquest with your move of armies across lands. Fascinating, fascinating. Suppose I could put like a foggy thing, but this is after the effect kind of breaks away, and this is going to be a bunch of enemies breaking out of it at the same time. So I don't want to like muddy it up too much. But like a little bit of like cold vapor could be interesting. Could be cool. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. A cold breath exhale. I thought of that too, but then I don't want to because that's a lot of individual animations per enemy type. Like if it was the main protagonist, I might consider that, but I am going to try like a little fog because why not? But something generic because I ain't got time to make something more intense. Da-dang. So it's Ludum Dare time. Any participants? The animation looks beautiful. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Ludum Dare's a game jam. Nice. Yeah, the only game jam I'm doing is making my game. Try to get my demo ready for Next Fest. I think that's it. All right, so let's get rid of this. Let's do a trim. Let's save and let's do a sprite sheet. So I anticipated doing this just as a single row. Looks fine. And we'll output file I shatter to the images folder. Images. Okay. It's a generic I shatter. We'll put it in the special. Maybe I should put it. Oh, whatever. All right, 68 by 67. So this is for when it is shattered through damage, and we need to add You can hear the shatter. Yeah, I can't wait to put in the sound effects for everything. Let's test it out. We coded it, or oh shit! Wait. We didn't put in the proper screen or the frame stuff. Okay, so it will be -1, and it's going to go to frame 13. Okay, now we're ready. Break it to ice. Oh, goodness. Goodness, gooey gracious. Okay. How will this turn out? Will it shatter like all of our dreams? Okay, it's not working yet, and I'm trying to figure out why. Okay, so this did trigger at the right time, so then what's going wrong? So it comes into here. What is the sprite width? So that looks good. That seems good. Is there any errors? No, okay. Looked like it blipped. The hell did I just see? Why aren't you showing up? Ba-da-da-doo. So that is frame loop start, first frame 0, and frame 13. Looping sprites, 100, frame delay, -1 on loops. I can feel my brain melting. I feel like if I can't get this relatively quickly, that I may call it soon, just because if I can't solve this, then that means it requires some close reconciliation. Some very intricate due diligence. What could it be? Shadow texture. Use, yes. That's good. What was that little... It's like a little dot. It's right amount of frames. What is wrong with this? So the -1 should be good. The loop frame also -1. What's up, Tyler? Welcome in. So, what is wrong with this picture? All right, let's build again, and we'll have to just comb through the code to see what the deal is. What is the game about? It is a tower defense card game, and essentially you are an elf whose soul was bound to a tree. And this tree is the source of a barrier that is protecting a forest. And there's orcs coming to harvest and destroy the forest. So they must destroy you in order to gain access to this forest. And that is, so the tree itself is the tower which you build upon and fight back. And you're dealt cards every 10 seconds or so. It's like 10 to 15 seconds. And you take those cards and you place them on nodes on the tree and on the ground to create defenses, attack, offenses, all kinds of stuff. And you can use it to do upgrades. And there's like utility cards and there's like big AoE special cards. I can show you a little bit of it. There's going to be a little bit of a storyline. So you start out with three cards in your hands. You can send cards back if you wish. Then you take that and you drop it on nodes, and you start building up your offense and defensive stuff. A lot of the offensive stuff acts also as defense. It's like your armor. And when you kill enough dudes, you grow a death flower, and that's where you get your AoEs from. So you get stuff like, Meteor Strike, or right now I'm working on the Flash Freeze, where you just freeze all the enemies. And I'm having trouble with when they break out of the ice, that ice breaking animation is not playing yet, and I'm trying to figure out why. So you can do that and freeze enemies. And here is where the shatter goes off. And let's see what's wrong with this. Maybe its placement's not on, but it's up on Steam. It's called Woods of War. If you want to wishlist it, I will be having a demo coming out in June, and I'm trying to get the game released this year. In the works. All right, let's assess. Again, I want to see what is the placement. So give me the distract. Wait a second. That actually seems right. So the X is 69, that's fine. The Y being 1025 seems good. What was the enemy position? All right, so that's good. You thought the game froze in a twist of irony, but we're just debugging? Yeah, it's... I put in a breakpoint so that I could figure out what's wrong with this little break, the ice breaking animation. Why isn't it showing up? And usually it's because it's not placed in the right spot, but it could be a number of things. It looks like it's in the correct spot. Looks like it's the correct size. Let's see. What is its... let's actually break into this. And what is the amount of frames that it has? So we got to break into the A sprites, render rectangle. It's got the ice shatter. All right, it's got 13 frames. 13. So let's see. Let's look at like frame 8. 544. Images, ice. Shatta. So give me 544. Seems good. All right, what else? What's the current frame? What about its visibility? I don't set it to visible true. What else? Maybe I should set it to force front draw. But I don't think I need to. The X 69. Yes, that's good. What is wrong with this? It's gonna be something stupid. Total frames 14, that's good. Current frame 0, good. Should we get in its update? So I'm going to go into the draw function and try to intercept it there and place and back true and see if I can't see if something's changing for it or what's even happening, because everything looks good. So I think it's be drawn here. Yeah. What if you add a card that summons lightning for a bit? Yeah, I could see that happening. Currently, I only have the Life Train card, which has sort of a lightning vibe. But it's shadow magic. It's not lightning per se. Though enemies are kind of like electrocuted. It's draining their life and then absorbing it into the ground. But yeah, that's about like as close as I have so far. I only have 4 special cards so far, but I will have more in the future. But for the demo, there's just going to be 4. All right, so I'm going to intercept it here. So let's hide this breakpoint and let's go to the next frame. So here we are. How many looping frames do we have? Okay, we got 3 looping sprites. So this one is the Frost special background. Why is that still there? Oh, it's still running? Ah, it's breaking because he's getting damaged. Got it. All right, so let's see. The must be the last one. No, it's gotta be one. Here it is. Placement's still good. What's the current frame? 0, 2, 3. It's still on frame 0. Huh. So it seems like it's just chilling on frame 0. Why would you not progress? Okay, continue debugging. Maybe it's being held. Did I set hold? Hold. No. It's really cut and dry. I'm gonna get it to proc again. And let's see. This one with no damage. I'm just gonna let it run its normal course. So it'll run for like, wait for like 7 seconds, and then it'll try to break. And then it should show up. So is the hold... Are you being held? Are you being held false? And what was the other? What was the other thing? Pause all. I mean, that should definitely not be called. It is crazy that you only have like 250. I'm just an up and comer, man. Just an up and comer. I'm trying to figure out marketing as I go. And I'll keep putting my stuff out there till I break out. Because I got to if I want to succeed as an indie dev. So just keep figuring it out. But yeah, I stream 3 times a week. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Not always at the exact same time, but usually those days. So I'm trying to be more consistent, but what is your deal, bro? Why aren't you showing up? Do. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of... Oh, shit. I have to add this to watch. So we can just quickly peruse. There's a lot of idle leaves and little animations. Okay, here we are. Hello, Ice Shatter. What is your deal? I agree, Tyler. That'd be a good move for sure. If you look at like the Steam page for Woods of War, it's like currently I don't even have like a trailer yet. I don't even have the current screenshots for the game up yet. So I'm just trying to get to that point. So I'm like even just before that part of like really showing a lot of people. But I'm trying to like show people as I go, because like I have to claw for like every view that I can get as I build up, because I'm still pretty small building up. Working on it. What up, Hillfort? Just focus on those wish lists first. Yeah, I agree. Well, TikTok's about to shut down for us here in America, so kind of missed that opportunity. I only just figured out how to like properly make a short, I think. Like my shorts are doing slightly better on YouTube, and it was like just as TikTok's going down. So I'm like, fuck. So I have to break out on YouTube, but just keep trying, keep finding ways. What is up? What is up? Just got to extend by 75 days. Oh, it did? Well, the last post that I did, they like took me off the algorithm. Like I only got like 3 views. And they usually like at least send you out to 300 to like give your short like a shot. And so like it seems like they're completely like, since I don't meet like a certain follower threshold, they're probably just like, well, fuck this guy because we're about to ban the Americans. So it's like maybe they're doing that to make us like whine about it or something. So anyways, I might have to repost the same short because I think it might do better. But anyways, try to make the most of the next 75 days and then it's going to be gone for real. It doesn't feel the same. They like, our algorithm in America is like turned to shit. So since the first ban, it's kind of already like dog water. You're in the same boat, 50K followers on TikTok. Is it really nerfing you too? Why is it nerfing you? Doesn't make any sense. Radius, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Also, will the game demo be free? Yeah, of course. Yeah, demos are free for sure. It will be 6 billion nothings. And it'll be out in June because I'm going to do the next fest. But I'm really trying to like get as much social presence as I can without Next Fest, you know, like I'm trying to get like pre-Next Fest stuff, but at this point we got to get the trailer done and get the sound effects in and like a bunch of shit, but it's happening. So this next like month, there will be a lot of upgrades to the Steam page and hopefully some improvements on my shorts reach. We'll see what happens. Just keep trying. But in the meantime, I'll be grinding on stream regardless. Right now, I'm trying to figure out why this is wrong, and I'm trying to see was any of this stuff would go wrong. And the move is false, so that won't even be triggered. So then this would come in, but this should have 0. The anyone easing vector should be a 0 size. Empty. So let's step into the Sprite Annie and see what goes on here. So it's going to run the loop. Yes. And once we're running the loop, we got a start frame is 0. Should be end frame 13. FD 100. That's good. Next. Yes. Current frame, start frame. Current frame. It's not equal that. Current frame. You struggle to hit 1,000 views on views. It gets there, but it's slow. You never hit above 20K views now. Well, something's going on. Something shilly. But I just had a short on YouTube get like 2,000 views. For me, that's like breaking out a little bit. I'm like just starting to figure out like how to get the right format. And so that's the biggest short I've had so far. So I need to keep going deeper. I got a ways to go, but I only just figured out that my shorts shouldn't be like 30 seconds to a minute long. Like I just started making shorts like actually short, and I've only just like literally this past 2 weeks started that, or week I should say. Everything prior to this, like my entire last year, has been like 30-second to a minute long shorts, and that's just like those do horribly. So I'm only just figuring out how to like do this shit, because I'm dumb, I'm slow, so it takes me a while to kind of like really figure this stuff out. Anyways, keep pushing. I will. Do a bikini TikTok dances? Of course. Yeah, everyone wants to see a bikini ride my crack. 100%. What's up, Cool Code? And you want to know what song this is? It is Where Sea Meets Sky by I Built the Sky. Just a guitarist sort of music, you know? Figure what out? I'm just trying to figure out how to get a deeper reach with my shorts on YouTube. And hopefully on TikTok, if they like stop nerfing us, I can like come back and try harder for the last 75 days before I'm like totally boned. But I'm yet to break out, and I'll figure it out. Maybe. I'm just certainly going to keep trying. But every time I do a short, I'm like just radically experimenting with different things. And I keep researching what other people are doing and what's working. And I'm slowly making adjustments. And it's actually really weird what seems to be working. Stuff that I just wouldn't have thought of. But anyways, the experiments will continue until I get it right. The good news is when I don't do very well, like when a short like kind of crashes out and doesn't do well, I kind of don't care. And I just think like, what's wrong and what can I do better? And I just keep trying. So sometimes it does really well. Sometimes it's kind of like, and it's a miss. And it's just like, okay, just what can I learn about this? And then just keep moving forward. So I'm thankful for that I'm not like sad when it crashes out, because that would make it really hard. But I'm like, that's just part of it, man. Sometimes it's just timing. For what it's worth, my YouTube teaser trailer gave my triple the wish lists that all my shorts on TikTok combined. Yeah, that is the trouble about TikTok, is like asking for people to break away. So yeah, I think it is YouTube where I got to break out. Trying to figure out the algorithm. You caught a huge break today. You normally do background acting, but today they gave me an acting role, and I'm sitting on my own private trailer room being catered to. That's awesome. Congratulations, man. I'd love to hear it. This is your year, Cool Coden. You too, Hill Fort. You're killing it. Okay, so let's keep going. What is wrong with you? The FD is 100. That's good. Complete false. FSW getting updated. All right, we're gonna have to come back to it on the next cycle and see if any of this stuff gets. Wait, hold on. We got to see if this gets completed. So we gotta go through all the loops again. And see if anything has changed. Anything at all. Please. Give me some insight why this is not showing up. It's not already gone, is it? I think it's already gone. So it doesn't play, and then it just gets deleted. Show me looping sprites. You can put links on YouTube Shorts and videos. That makes all the difference. Yeah, I could see that. Wait, are you saying you put a link to your Steam page from your short? I did see like putting, like I put it in my bio, but I've only linked to other videos from my short. But shit, maybe I need to put it right onto the short. See, there's like all kinds of stuff that I'm still figuring out. But is that like actually the case? When you're here, ad offered to carry me my bag as they showed me to my room, then started offering food to take me, including sandwiches. Ads done. Thank goodness. Don't worry, I was just debugging during the ads. You got to hear. Let me see. I read that. Well, good to hear, Cool Coden. Killing it. I'm going to have to try to put a link directly to the Steam page from the short. Let's see if that works, dude. Will the game be endless or will there be an ending to the game? Yes, Tyler, there will be an ending to the game. Right now, I'm trying to plan on having about 40 levels. And so for every season, there's going to be 4 seasons. Spring, summer, winter, fall. They are going to have 10 levels each season. And that's going to basically be the run. At least that's the initial plan. So essentially you're going to play as you play the levels, you're going to get new enemies introduced and new lore and stuff. And then you'll be getting new cards and new abilities as you go. So the game's going to kind of evolve and change. And there will be lore throughout. So it'll be a campaign and then possibly some other modes as well. Like survival modes and... If you want to chat about YouTube backend stuff to help with videos, let me know, man. Feel free to reach out on Discord. Sounds good, man. I just might. What if some of the levels were undergrounds and you use a pipe to travel to them? You mean like a Mario pipe? Or something that makes you hallucinate because... it's all an illusion. I already have the lore to back me up on for summer. The level's going to be, it's a lava level for summer. I'm already basically explaining away that it's a magic forest, magic enchanted forest that uses illusion magic to present the levels in kind of different, with different looks. To try and scare enemies. But it just means that when you're in the lava level, there's going to be more fire enemies and so you have to get more. That's when you start earning fire magic and stuff, but the fire magic won't be as effective during fire levels. It's all going to kind of work out, but where are we? So we want to see the looping sprites vector. Yeah, marketing stuff for me is just very trial and error trying to figure that out, but I'm definitely on a mission. All right, we want to look at front looping sprites, actually. Front. See, it's empty. All right. Why... what? Stop this test. All right. When we get rid of front looping sprites, when they're erased, and this is it. It says any complete equals true. Any. So what's the scenario where any 2 gets completed? Why is that getting triggered prematurely? Explain yourself. You nasty turd Burkett. Looping sprite. It's this else. What do I do for officially looping sprites, though? It's... oh, it's because I'm adding it... well, I'm adding it to the front looping sprite, and I'm assuming that all the front looping sprites have the Annie 2 easing. So I can either add in frames, which would just eat up memory, or I could create an alternative. Okay, so I think it's playing just fine, but the I need to come up with a way to specify that it's not reliant on the Annie 2 complete. That has to be based on are there going to be special cards that you can only use during different seasons? You know, I've heard people mention that mode before, like saying how if you're in like the springtime, that's Earth Magic, that you can only use Earth Magic and all the respective sections. But I want it so that you can curate the deck that you want. And in the end, like Fire Magic is going to work more effectively against like winter enemies. And like Winter Magic's going to work more effectively against things that aren't winter, right? And like, so using fire on fire enemies is going to be less effective. So it's actually, it's going to be, the more you kind of counterbalance the cards, it's going to make more sense in terms of like higher DPS. But initially, you're going to be like earning your fire cards or whatever in the respective seasons, right? So you're going to earn Earth Magic during Earth, and at least that's the initial plan, I think. So it's like you're going to be presented with that stuff, but ultimately it's up to you how you want to build your, it's whatever cards you've unlocked initially, which you're going to start mainly with Earth Magic. And you have to figure out through trial and error what is most effective as you go. And it's up to you like to switch out your deck and going into each level. And you just kind of learn the hard way what's going to work and what isn't. And it's basically going to be level to level that you're playing. It's not like a roguelike where if you play up to like level like 15 and you die, you have to start over. It's not going to be like that. It's just you have to like beat each level. And I'm even thinking of making it similar to Kingdom Rush, where you can set the difficulty per level to make it more of kind of a casual game in that regard. So if you want to kind of take it easy that day, you can do like a casual pass on a level. But if you want to be a true king, you can just do it on legendary, you know? I'm still playing with how all that stuff's going to fit, but I'm thinking that like restricting fire to fire, winter to winter, shadow to shadow, I'm more planning to have counterbalance. So I want fire to still work in the fire level, but like if you're dropping like frost spells on like fire enemies, they're probably gonna like, you're gonna notice a little bit of a jump in damage and effectiveness. And I generally think that's more interesting to me than to like force you to be like, all right, it's fire season, so you have to do nothing but use fire. But I'm not gonna like tell you that. I mean, you're hearing me tell you now, so you're getting insight, but like as you play the game, you might think to yourself, I'm just gonna play like fire with fire, and you can still probably beat it that way. It'll just be a little bit harder. Cumberry, thank you for Coomberry, thank you for the follow. We got a Kuma here. Okay, so I need to add an alternative way. This is just getting erased because the Annie 2 complete is getting triggered far too soon. So I think I'm going to put a general detection that Annie 2 complete won't even be called upon at all unless else if loop equals -1 and wait, is it loop count? No, loop. Hold on. This is supposed to be the loops loop count. Should we check loops? I think for the as the sun sets on this stream today, we'll play out some Wolfpack and some Fearless Flyers. This song just makes me think I need some rhythm right now. Bring my focus back. We gots to do this, guys. This song always gets me. It gets me. Let's see. So loops gets loaded into loops. So that'll be the -1. All right. Any2 completes. So if it's a -1 and current frame is equal to sprite map loop sprite map loop end frame. Or loop count is greater than 0. So that's for the alternative. If it is a loops greater than -1. That's the only time that will allow it to be completed there. I think that'll fix it. Let's build it. Let's build it, baby. So we're trying to see this animation, guys. So when the ice breaks, it's just going to be this little ice shatter. Got to go into funky hood mode for this funky music. We leave. You asked me a question. What if... oh, wait, no. You already said that. I already read that. All right. Let's see it. Oh, look at all these breakpoints. Oh, we got to play some Wolfpack. We gotta bust it over to the Wolfpack playlist. Here we go. Get funky ass Midwest music right here. because I'm completely normal. You stepped out for a bit and came back, and we have Leo DiCaprio on stream. I'm just too fucking sick. You can't even handle it. All right, let's see if it breaks. Give it to me. Yes. Yes. The ice broke. Ah. All right, here we go. Let's pull out another ice. See how it runs with multiples plus with little damage. That was interesting. Why? It looked like it didn't break, or it wasn't targeting it at all. The hell? Spike shot was not working when the guy was frozen. He was right there. What the hell? Oh, there we go. It does work. So if it hits an enemy, it broke him, but it didn't unstun him. Okay, so we got to make sure that they get unstunned. I'm back. I'm normal again. All right. I know you can't handle it. We do still need to touch up the ice shatter, or not the shatter, but the shatter's good to go. I'm just going to close that because we're good. So we just need to get... what do we need to get? When they're stunned, when they're hit, and we're trying to break the frozen, we're also going to remove their stun, and then we're going to see it's on enemy. Okay. So no, we don't need to do force throw. We just say frozen and we say stunned 0. And that should break them out of everything. So we just set stunned to 0 as long when we when we hit them, they're going to be unstunned basically and unfrozen. Because currently they were like the frost was the frozen ice was broken, but they were still like stunned and frozen. Excuse me. Can you integrate AI into your game, bro? Nah, I won't be doing that. If there's ever like any artificial intelligence in my game, it'll be something that I wrote, some sort of artificial intelligence that I came up with. As in like, you know, there's like the enemy AI sometimes I won't be writing enemy AIs though until the horror game, because there's really the intelligence for these particular enemy types is they just walk until they hit a barricade and then they start attacking like the Arcana until it's dead, and then they move on and they just go until they're dead. So they're like really dumb. They don't have to really think. But when it comes to the horror game, they're going to be like tracking you and like following you around and stuff. You know, like you'll pull enemies in the horror game that I'm going to make next. But this one, not so much. But I build my own stuff. I don't really I don't use AI outside of like really monotonous bullshit. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna pop in a steel tooth saw and we're gonna freeze this bastard. Boom, it broke him out. Nice. Ah. Yeah, dude. Yes. And we also got life drain in. A little bit of face melting action. So what that does is it steals life from enemies and it heals your arcana. So let's see. Give me... I need one. I want to try it one more time because I just implemented the heal last night when I was like really tired. So you can see the arcanas are healing. All right. Let's freeze these bastards. And attack. I love it. Attack them. Yes. Okay. It's breaking them out. Okay. Cool. 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 That's what I wanted to know. Yeah. Then they all should burst out. Fuck yeah. I like that effect. Ooh. That feels good. So the only thing I need to touch up now for the flash freeze is the height of the animation. It's not tall enough. So like if you drop, like watch, I'll drop it in the corner here and you'll see the top of the frost wave is going to be like cut off. Oh, I guess you can only cut it like, so you can see like the top of it gets cut off. So I need to make it so it's at least like a lot taller basically. But damn, that's sick. I like that. That feels right. Hell yeah. Heal him up. I think I might want to make the heal a little more effective because it's kind of nerfy right now. Let's increase the heal effect. It does a lot of damage and then it heals Arcana, but it's not for like a ton right now, and I kind of want it to be more. I already make it 65%, but that's without bonuses. Let's say it's 80%. Let's say 80. Let's see how that feels. All right, run the bugger. Does the ice do damage? What happens when they die to the ice blast? Do they freeze? Do they still freeze or do they die? Currently, if they have more than 1 HP, they will... I think it will freeze them, and then they'll just die afterwards, after the frost goes away. Okay, let's get some Arcanas in here so they can lose some damage. Seems like the targeting system might be a little bit goofy. All right, it's a decent heal. Fuck. I didn't notice the Goblin Bomber. It's gonna help when I put in sound effects for the Goblin Bomber. I'm going to put in a laugh. The Goblin Bomber is gonna be giggling the whole time. Some maniacal laugh. Ooh. Oh. Okay, so we just saw what happened right there. So basically, it killed the dragon, but he didn't freeze because he was dead. So, but then once he officially the stun wore off, he. All right, so we need to put in a thing that if. So I'm gonna put in some checks to make sure that they have more than they have some life. And what about the stun? Is there a stop on the stun? So if they're dead, I'm gonna take out the stun. And I guess when we assign the frozen is 1. Well, we'll put the check on the other end because the frozen wave might actually kill them, so because it does do some damage. I should probably reduce the amount of damage it does, though. Because it's mainly like crowd control with just a little bit of damage. It shouldn't be the same as like the other 2 more offensive ones with no defense. So, let's see. If you're on row 3, damage is a singular hit for 50. I did nerf it a little bit. If I was being a true boss, I would like sit out. I'd continue streaming to get the frost wave completely done. And that would be a good feeling going into the weekend knowing that Flash Freeze got completely completed. Completely completed. Is that redundant? I don't fucking care. Here we go. Freeze his ass. It's actually going to be hard to duplicate that scenario. Let's load up some specials. Okay, right when she dies, right when she's about to die. What the fuck just happened? Did we just add multiple of that? Okay. We got to put in some more checks here. So when we actually add the breaking ice animation, ice shatter, we got to also make sure that the enemy has full enough HP. Why would there be multiple ice instances of the ice? What would be repeating? Because buff broken should do it, and then breakable buff. Like frozen will be set to 0, and I feel like I need to put a general, like, cooldown. Like, once they have an ice shatter assigned to them, there's like an ice shatter cooldown. But if their HP is already 0, they shouldn't have. I'm like trying to put that as like a generic check, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Let's see, we got to do the throw timer, shatter ice, and then, yeah, the new height for flash freeze. So this is going to be... effectively doubled in height. Bam. We need to add... Need to add ice shatter to screen shake. Yeah, it's coming together. It's still needs some polish, but it's certainly getting there. BG goes a little long. Good, ignore the dying dragon. Good opportunity. Freeze them all. Freeze them. All right, seems okay. I'm sure it's going to need some refinement, but we need to expand. So like when I freeze them all, they don't have the proper screen shake when I do this. Why, oh why? Ice shatter. Why aren't you a part of the screen shake? Was that, let's see, screen shaking, shake, screen shake. I just need to add to the looping, the front looping sprite. Oh, it's if it is on ground. So we'll just specify on ground for ice shatter, even when it's in the sky. Well, I guess if it's in the sky, we don't care. So let's see. If enemy flying equals false, then we will go T ice shatter on grounds equals true, and then that should make it rumble. I'll test for that. I am me, that is you. Every time I catch a new stream, every once in a while, it seems like you're making fast progress. Oh yeah, we're going hella fast. Trying to get this game done, baby. I'm working on it every day. The freeze move finally works. Yes, it does. Yeah, we're making that progress. This week, this was my crowning jewel, the face melt animation. I had a lot of fun making that one. But I'm getting a huge kick out of this freeze effect. Although it needs a little bit more polish, but like it's feeling really tight. I'm feeling good about it. And it'll like be so much more effective when there is more sound effects. And then I'm gonna redo the background for both the Raging Roots and for Flash Freeze, because I think I'm using like the generic kind of like anime flashing lines effect right now, and it's just not good. I don't love it yet, and I must love it. Must be into it. So what was I testing for? Earthshake. So we can do Raging Roots with this. So when we freeze the guy and then we run this, it didn't work. What the fuck? What the? Will there be an endless mode? I was thinking of making a survival mode, yeah, that you would play endlessly until it just keeps getting harder and harder until you're dead. There's something that I haven't done yet, which is if enemies destroy an arcana, like one of your defenses, if they destroy any of them, that they gain experience. They basically become stronger. And that will include like group experience. So if there's like enemies within range of a certain arcana and the arcana gets destroyed, then they're all going to be stronger. So every time you lose a defense barrier, you're also fighting like harder enemies as well. But I don't know if I'm going to make it like, it's not like all the rest of the enemies are like that level as well. It's just those enemies that defeated something get stronger. So as characters like destroy stuff, it can be like rapidly kind of get out of hand in a way. Especially with the goblin bombers come in, they like instantly destroy something. If enemies are right around him when he comes in and does that, like it's not only going to instantly destroy like your defense, but like all the enemies are suddenly buffer. Screen shake true. So that should be running. But that's not based on the init. Put it in my pocket, in my back pocket, put it in my pocket, in my pocket. Oh. All right, let's see. Ice Shatter. We're going to need you to be... We also need to load in the Y. When I'm allowed. Do you like my circle? Yes or no? Let's get the Y's loaded in for the rest of them. Round it back at the second hour. Give me this. We do know. So you're not on ground. So we just need to do this for on ground elements. Put it in my pocket, put it in my pocket. And I read it when I'm alone. Bum, 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 bum. Well, what about the back? Out loud. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Bro. Okay. So, T special. Toe. All right, so that is that one. So the back right will also get this lovin'. Get that sweet, sweet lovin'. What is your opinion on C++ versus C? Because I moved to C from CPP, but those functions look cool. I know your game devs, so C++ makes sense to you. I didn't want to step too deep into the low ends of the language. I wanted some classes to help me out, and C++ seemed like a good mid-range instead of going all the way to C#. I just picked C++ because it just seems, round enough but low enough that like it was fine. Like I think C is a little bit more flesh and bone, where C++ has actual like skin, but then like C# has like hair and eyes. If that, how do you like that analogy? Because like the higher level the language is, the more stuff you have available to you. I don't know. I was just happy with C++. I haven't really done any C though, so I couldn't directly compare. But I can tell you what, that I'm like happy I'm not doing that. I'm able to use smart pointers and deal with. I don't know. Ultimately, I'm just comfortable, happy with C++. That's all I can say. Very much enjoying it. Bum, 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 bum. Thanks for the follow, Tyler. Duck around here. Is that the same Tyler from YouTube? Why rogue, bro? She'll take your powers, bro. Don't do it, bro. Why rogue, bro? What the hell are you talking about, We Leave? What in the actual fuck are you talking about? And will I even care? Yes. 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 We also got to do this. We got to test this for life drain and see if that also is screen shaken. This one won't screen shake. This one doesn't care. But let's see. For good measure, though, we're going to also put in the Y for this guy. Just because I like to be thorough for no reason. for no reason. That should be everything. Fuck. It wasn't. Abort! Okay, let's do a check. On ground equals true. You got yourself an on ground value, and your init X and init Y look delicious. Your init X and your Y looks delicious. Good. 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 All right. Let's build it, and let's see if the screen shake's working for life train electricity and for the earth or the ice shatter. Yeah. You drew Rogue and made her your follow notification. Oh. I did not draw her. I could, but I did not draw that one. That's from Street Fighter. It would make more sense if I did have time to do that and make my own thing, but I cannot take credit for art I did not do. It's from the amazing pixel artists over at Street Fighter. For just general inspo. I did draw a Rogue picture. Yeah, it's in. I have like my own digital art of it for sure. I've drawn her, but I did not do the follow notification. I'm no poser, bro. I only speak the truth. All right, let's get a screen shake one. Let's do a meteor, a storm. All right, freeze. Meteor, storm. Yeah! All right. Now we got to test. So basically, I'm just trying to make sure the effects are on the screen shake effect. And that is 2. All right, good. We did it. Looking great. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. We did it. We did a thing. You're not normally going to be able to play cards this fast. It's just I made myself rich in mana so I can do whatever I want for testing purposes. Fourth quarter, baby. Take a chance on me. I hit the game winner. Leaving me. Flash freeze card looks awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to earn one for real by killing dudes. I'll be changing the numbers that come off of them soon. Because right now they're a little bit blocky and not looking like I want them to look. But I wanted the hit numbers to look bigger as hell. So they're huge now. But when I change the font, they're actually going to look thinner. Still big, but. I hit the game winner. Take a chance on me. I hit the. Freeze him! Oh, damn, I tried to get the Goblin Bomber, but I couldn't see him. Ooh. That's troublesome. Take a chance on me. Kill the Goblin Bomber! Get him! Got him. Oh shit. There's another one. Got him. That'll do everything. This is where I make my money, babe. I've been down before. We've been down before. What you gonna do? So many dragons. I hit the game winner. It's too powerful. I hit the game. Oh shit. I need some AoEs. Suck on that, bitch. It's an obnoxious amount of dragons. Well, they're dragon riders, so they're just spear throwers. They're not even like full dragons yet. When I do the full dragons, they're going to be nasty as hell. Because they're going to actually breathe fire and attack and be tough and be a whole thing. But I'm thinking the spear, these guys, the dragon riders, are going to be the earth dragons. So they're not like fire breathing dragons. I'm saving that for actual, the fire level, you know? Meteors tend to be pretty good against these dragons, though. Because there's only 2 of the cards hit air units. Ooh. Got kind of a lag spike there for a second. Damn, looks pretty good. Let's try it again. Are you going to lag spike on me again? Oh, you were fine. To be fair, I am running like OBS and a bunch of shit, but like still, I want my game to never lag spike at all. Let's do some heals. Have you played Moonstone on the Amiga? I have not. Is that sick? Ooh. So we need to make sure that the it's absolutely brutal. Technically, I just lost. But I don't have a game over screen yet, so I'm still alive. What the hell? It's like hitting an enemy that's not there. Gotta figure out what that was. So that seems fine. Curious. What am I gonna do for a background for this one? So I need to make the orc that gets thrown be in front of absolutely everything, including the other special fronts. I know that you probably don't do gaming streams, but can I tell you a game you can check out in your free time? Also, what if the game over screen shows the tree slowly breaking down? Yeah, that's what's going to happen. There's going to be like the tree falling over, basically. Wow. Just all the enemies are on the right side. But yeah, go ahead. If you want to recommend a game, I'm down. You should do some tower defense deck building streams. Maybe I should, yeah. It's not a bad idea to just stream to that audience a little bit. Might be good to kind of bring just some love and attention to the game. Who knows? Would the elf looking like a ghost come out and then disappear? Ooh. I actually just made a sketch of him. He's going to show up like in dialogue, but his face is the face that's on the tree. So that's like his spirit right there. But in the dialogue, he's going to show up as a ghost. Like there's like a spirit form basically that he's going to show up as. And so he'll have two forms, like his actual like skin and bone form for parts of the story, but mostly he'll be like in his spirit form. But I haven't thought about putting him into the actual level like that. He'll just be like in the dialogue portrait. I think we killed them all. We actually survived. Actually, we didn't. Technically, we lost. But this is like what a full build looks like, almost. Guess we could build it out a little further, since we have infinite money. Oh, we got another contender? Ah, contender! Upgrade everything to max. Ding, 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 ding. Let's give you a couple more cards here. Mega build. So there you go. Here's a full build. This is just the earth, and I want to have. There's like 4 more earth, or not actually. There's a couple of sorted cards that I'm going to be making, but there's 4 more Arcana cards that I want to add for the demo, if I can get to it. And currently, these are the 6 that we have. Is it 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so like these are the 6 powers we have so far, but there will be hopefully 4 more, and then for the demo, and then we have the 4 specials, 4 AoEs, and then I want to have a few more cards that are utility cards. These sorts of cards are going to be like damage shields. I'm even thinking of doing a curse card, and then there's like a few just like random utility stuff that will make sense when you see them. But yeah. We should probably do the game over screen. We're gonna need the game over screen for the demo for sure. So we'll probably need to work on that. But we'll probably won't work on that until we get into May, most likely. So I'd rather focus on the other Arcanist for now. You just meant stream it for gameplay discussion? Yeah. Am I planning to have an endless mode? Yeah, for sure. It'd be cool to have like the endless mode and you could earn certain things from it. Maybe even get like unlock a card or something. But we'll see, because I think there needs to be some like interim thing that you can have, like maybe like extra, like some sort of like bomb or maybe extra mana crystals or something going into a level, like little things you can, little rewards you can get going into a level to kind of sure up your starting position. Perhaps. But let's see. So what needs to happen now is I need to expand this animation to occupy this upper range and this bottom range. Luckily, I still have some of that texture up top. On the bottom, I'm going to just have to like realign it. Sometimes I write a little song. Forget it. Sometimes I write a little song to remember the lyrics. Alright, so let's see. This frame's good, this frame's good, this frame's good. This one needs a little bit. Aquarium for Taurus. 12. Have I ever used Pico? No, I have not. I have not used it. Never ever forget. First place. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-diddly-diddy-dee. Damn. Yeah, the only elf I have to show for now is the dialogue mock-up. Good old Riyin. She's just a lovable elf lady that helps you out. Look at that face. Face melted. Ice, baby. Ice, drawing ice, yeah. Really did this the wrong way, so it's going to take a second to erase this out. In future ones, we will do it faster. Oh well. Oh well. Bum, 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 ba-da. You should check out White Knuckles. It is a free demo. Okay. Sounds like a beat 'em up. Or a driving game. Where else would you be white knuckling? It's a beat 'em up with racing. It's both, isn't it? I did just buy Tiny Barbarian. It is a nice little pixel art platformer. I really like the art for it, and I've been meaning to pick it up for a while. It's a fun little platformer for sure. It's got that Rostan sort of barbarian vibe. Bow down, down, bow down. Bow, 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 bow. You feel that making and designing your own game is very rewarding? It is. It's fun. Especially because you're drawing things that come to life and you're interacting with them, you know? It's like you're creating something that you can turn around and like talk to. It's weird. And what's also especially cool about it is when you create a group of art, you know, like as you're building like an entire level and different enemy types and different powers, and you're seeing them interact and intermingle, because then it starts to turn into something bigger that you can't really fully envision it until it's all together, you know, because then you start to like balance things together. And that part is like especially interesting. Like when I was initially doing this frost design, this like frost wave, I was just drawing it in a vacuum, you know, but once I put it into the game, I'm like, well, we gotta like expand the height, and I'm starting to see how it like feels in the context, and it hits a little different than you expect. All right, let's not draw over it like that anymore, so we don't have to do that again. Let's make products. I'm a product kind of guy, and you're a produce girl. Money, 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 money will be spent. Let's see. That turns you on. Moonstone can be kind of hard to play nowadays, perhaps through an emulator such as UAE, but you could always check it out on YouTube. Well, I'll write it down. So we got White Knuckles. Knuckles was one of my favorite Sonics. Sonic and Knuckles. Back in the day. Because Knuckles could like fly, he could glide and then climb shit. Moonstone. I think you might appreciate the pixel art, perhaps inspiration. 100%. I'm a product kind of guy, and you're a produce kind of girl. Will be spent. It's like a puzzle. I could just randomly fit it in though. Just connect it later. I think I'm gonna get something perfect. Bump, 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 bump. So we're gonna have to like create a little edge here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Yeah. Just do it with intention. I don't know how you just freeball some of these effects. It feels like serious problem solving to me. I'm all about freeballing, baby. Yeah. Seemed appropriate. Bam, bam. All right, let's grab this. Come in here, do this, subtract this. Give me the Q, give me the W. Minus. Fuck. Why is this not selecting? There's gotta be a hole somewhere. And I found you. Boom. There it is. Fuck. Do I use any shaders in the game? Oh, we're on ads. I shall hold off on responding. So let's see, how do we finish this off? Boom! It's as if you are vibe coding directly in your brain somehow. Do I use shaders? No, but I started learning. I did start learning a little bit about how to do OpenGL, and that's a can of worms, wormy can of worms. It's about the wormiest can of worms you can worm. And I eventually would like to, because the reason I started looking into it was because I would like to do subpixel rendering, but still do pixel art, and that would be my ticket to such things. I'm thinking for the next game that I'll tap into some potentially OpenGL so that I can do subpixel rendering. But we'll see. Maybe not. Might be pure. I concur. You can do a lot of cool effects using shaders. Yeah, for sure. I did have a particle system that I brought in, but I do still use it for little things. But I found myself predominantly wanting to go back to not using it. Like I tried to use like glow, like this kind of glowy particle effect around all the cards and stuff, and I just ended up preferring to just manually animate it. Because I couldn't get it to look exactly like I wanted. So anyways, I have a long ways to go before getting on top of that. And a lot of times doing little glowy animations like that shaders would replace, it's really, those are tend to be lighter missions, you know, they're not like that big a deal. But I think the advantage would be if you could achieve it through shaders, then it would be obviously open you up for time for other work, and it would also allow it to be a dynamic scenario, which could be cool. So I mean, there's definitely some good stuff that comes out of it, but I haven't had like an express need for it yet. The subpixel rendering was the only thing that really had me almost switch over and think about it. To be clear, you concurred with OpenGL being a can of worms, but yeah, also shaders can do cool stuff. Oh, you concur? Yeah, for sure. That was like the big reason why I didn't go with it, because I was like, I spent basically like a weekend studying OpenGL just to get a partially working demo and couldn't even get the effect that I was trying to achieve. So I was like, this is probably a bad idea if I like do this right now. So I intend to continue learning it, but it's not something I'm going to bet on. Cause like, frankly, it would be like months of work to learn it, just to figure it out. I'm just too slow to pick it up super quick. I was like, if I could pick this up over the weekends, then I'll do it, but I couldn't. Because it is like horribly convoluted. But I just started learning it, so at least I got the ball rolling, but it's kind of a low priority at the moment. So in the future. Love me half of the way. half of the way. STL is much easier than OpenGL. Yeah, 100%. Can confirm. Okay, where are you, shadows? Everybody's moving. What song is this? This is all Wolfpack. VULF. Wolf. Wolf and Peck. Wolfpack. If you want that worm. Took me a bit to actually understand how OpenGL works. Yeah, I expect to have the same journey. I mean, I understand the vertice thing. Everything's on a vertice, whatever, but like, just all the assorted settings and I don't know. I only spent a day looking into it, so just got work to do. Burn raid, let's go! I'll melt some faces. What's doing? What are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Fresh. What's up, Max? Cyber? Yo, 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 yo. Hello, did you have a good stream? What's up, Cloud? Welcome in, guys. My name is Riyin Art. I am making a tower defense card game, and I'm doing all the pixel art for it, and I'm coding it in C++ with no game engine. I'm building it from scratch, and these are some of the animations I made. And currently I'm working on the flash freeze card, basically freezing all the enemies. And here I can show you guys the game. Had a great stream. That's good to hear. Very nice. Happy Friday. What were you guys, what were you developing? So, let's see. It's like Kingdom Rush meets Hearthstone meets all the pixel art influences that I love. So you just take these cards and you drop them on the nodes to place that particular thing, and then it just comes to life, and enemies start coming out to attack, and you have to be building up both sides because they come from both sides. And right now here I'll just give myself a few AoE cards. There's also the AoEs, and we're like Flash Freeze is the one we're working on today, and these AoEs are like big, like general damage. But here, let's heal this one. And we can upgrade stuff manually, but it's actually cheaper to like use the card to like upgrade. Spend another card. Then here's like an AoE. Big damage. And so you're just dealt cards like every like 10 seconds, and you have to just be playing cards, try not to die. And then here's like the flash freeze that I'm working on right now. It's still in the works. Gotta freeze them all. But yeah. Very impressed with the pixel art. Great work. Thank you, Wattage. Cool animation. Thank you. Worry not of my game dev woes. Tell us about your game. What is going on, Freshwater? What do you mean? Are you having a bad day? Were you stuck on a bug? Honestly, that's the worst. Man, your art is so good. Holy heck. Thanks. Let's see. So that's the game, and currently I'm working on blah, 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 the flash freeze. So I'm trying to extend this animation for the flash freeze. And so yeah, it's a bit of a mess right now. Another thing I did earlier today was when the ice breaks, there is the ice shatter. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. So when the ice breaks off the enemy, got little chunks of ice. Seems fun. I hope so. Well, if you guys are into it, you can wishlist it on Steam. I don't have a trailer yet, and I don't have the updated screenshots, but I will have a demo live. I'm trying to get into the next fest, and that'll mean a demo by June. And the demo will probably, hopefully, come out earlier than that. But in the next month or so, we're officially, I'm officially releasing a demo. I always talk like I'm more than just me, but I'm just a solo dev doing all this stuff. Just trying to get by, you know. But anyways, so yeah, I'm just like working on this ice effect. Wishlisted, thank you, Cyber. Appreciate that. Yeah, even if you guys don't want to buy the game, just wishlisting it's like a big big help. For survival. Well, Fresh, thank you for the follow, or I mean the raid, and I gave you a follow because I want to check out what your game dev woes are in the future, and I'll definitely drop by. But please, by all means, go take care of yourself, go nurture yourself, you know, run around, get that blood flowing in the legs. Get out of here. You need to go relax. If you've been stuck on a bug, then you need to go eat. You need to hydrate. You need to do all the things. And I will do my best to take care of your crew. It's the best I can do. Thank you for the follow. You got a weekend plan that starts in 10 minutes? Hey, let's go. Nice. Well, happy Friday. Happy weekend. Hopefully it is a hype weekend. We're listening to a little bit of Wolfpack, so hopefully we can get the vibe started. Little pregame vibes.
Come on.
Cloud, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, did we did not clean this frame up yet. For survival. We were doing the highlights in the other one, but let's actually revisit this one. Let's get this done. So I want to get this nice bright turquoise. Do it. Do it.
Come on.
Oh shit. Gotta put it behind. Otherwise it'll look weird. Cyberwarg, thank you for the follow. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Usually at nights. And I'm always just chipping away at the game, you know? Get it done. Little by little. It's a lot of work, man. It is a lot of work. I do declare. But it is fun. Damn it. Let's see if we can reverse select this. Plus this. Invert, contract. You know what? Fine. Fine! Alright, let's check it out. That's good. I need to add some highlights on 2. Bring these together. Yeah, we've been going for a minute today. 8 hours and 30 minutes. What I'm trying to do is finish the flash freeze effect is like take it as far as I can take it so that I can just feel like I did a thing. And then I'm going to go bake some brownies and watch a movie and chill out. That's the plan. And then I'm just going to start off the weekend with brownies and chill and know that I got this thing done. So that's what we're doing right now. We're getting this we're taking it across the finish line, guys. I just thought you could find. Thank you. We're gonna go all the way. We do what we got to do, because there's no better feeling than just to get something completely done. Completely. Honestly. Ba, 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 ba.
Come on.
Let's get some dark shade. I think I'm gonna leave out that extra definition. Fred CGI. I called you Fred. Fred CGI. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Can I call you Fred? I want to hear El Shepe. You know, we'll listen to it after Deantown. Oh shit, we got ads coming. Sorry, guys. Sure. All right, Fred. No, you are Fred. I will call you Fred. Does this need to be brighter? This is on the shadow layer. You know what? I think I need to, before I do this, we need to add some mixes here, because this is not mixing very well. We gotta blend the extension here. Make it work, make it work. Becka-dicka-dicka-doot. Haha. Secret shadow. Awesome. Don't. Ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Looks blendy to me. Yo. A little definition here. A lot of this sections aren't even going to show up half the time, so I don't have to spend like a great deal of time on detail here, but on the off chance that some of it peeks through, I don't want it to be half-assed entirely. A little half-ass, okay. A little spice of ass spice, I'm okay with. Just a taste. Nothing too crazy. Sometimes it's like you gotta know when something's just not gonna be seen, you know? And so like you shouldn't spend a bunch of extra time rendering something in that respect. Oh God. Oh no. Okay, no, I'm just crazy. Thank goodness. Oof, I just scared myself. Sometimes you move layers that affect like a bunch of frames and you mess a bunch of stuff up, which is not good. This was the perfect end of stream project too, because like I'm just chilling right now. Not a lot of brain power. I could basically be vibe coding right now. Just like We Leave Tonight thinks of me, a vibe coder. It's like you're vibe coding, but in your brain. It's the quote of the night for me. That's just using your brain like a normal person. What do you mean? Do. Too much blue. Band. Pretty sure today is going to be the biggest stream of the week. So we've got a few frames to do. But I'm determined. We're going to get it done. Let's do some highlights. Grab that. Full saturation. I'm just raw dogging this. I'm not even doing a selection. Feels dangerous. El Shepe? What if we do a little bit of Cory Wong? Oh yeah, there isn't highlights on the backside. It's just like the top is kind of like meant to be poking out a little bit. Bye-ba-da-ba-doo. Bow, bow, bow. Ba-da-ba-ba-doo. Favorite pixel art game is Enter the Gungeon. That one's pretty good. I found it really hard. It's definitely beautiful, beautifully designed. I especially like how they bring up the options menu. It's like this book that opens up. Very nice animation. Sweeter than a sweet 16. It's very good. 3 oh hey. It's a hard game. Yeah, it is. It's so hard. Why's it gotta be so difficult? I don't know, but it is. They're actually making a sequel, but it's 3D. Boo. I hate it when games are like beautiful pixel art games and then they just go 3D. They're going for that big 3D dollar, man. People love their 3D games. It's true. But son of a bitch. Makes me a little sad. Something about 3D after a pixel art game feels like shovelware. They recently announced it. Maybe they'll get it right. Hi again, what are you working on? Tyler, what's going on? I'm working on extending the frost wave for flash freeze. So that way it doesn't get cut off awkwardly when the card that's played like towards the lower part of the screen or the upper part, it like just bleeds off the edge. So we're creating like parts of it that probably won't even be seen very often. But we got to cover our ass. We need that bleed. Gotta give that bleed. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. A lot of people kind of pissed that they changed the art style, but in my opinion, it doesn't look that bad. In the end, we'll see how what the sales speak, you know, because a lot of times, even when games are shat on and people hate them, they sell like hotcakes. So it's not even like I was recently watching Hillfort stream and he was discussing this, how it's this weird phenomenon where like games will get totally shat on. Their PR's terrible and people like hate their guts, like Ubisoft. And then like you look at their sales figures and they're doing really well. Like, it's just a thing it's like they ran this a long time ago. They ran an experiment on Facebook, and they isolated two groups, and then they had like a control group where they didn't do anything to alter the algorithm. One of the people, they fed them purely positive stuff, and then another group, it was purely negative. And then there was the control group where they just didn't do anything to the algorithm. They just let it run like normal. And so the people that were in the positive groups, getting the algorithm feeding them positive things, they naturally posted more positive stuff. And then the negative were just like super negative. And they noticed that the negative was stronger, that there was more posts, there's more people getting into it. And so naturally, corporations come into that data, they're like, well, it's time to piss everyone off. And I think that's what's happening. So whenever you're watching content and it's just like, I hate this and I hate that, and this is woke and this is fucking stupid and this is like, oh, I can't believe they did this. That kind of bullshit is designed, it's engineered to like draw you in and make you buy the thing. You think you're hating on something, but really you're just being advertised to and you don't realize it. So the more you hate something, even if you don't buy it, if you spread the hate around, you're just giving them free marketing. It's like they want you to hate it. When will you see what's happening? There's literally more engagement when you hate. So maybe that's not a bad thing for old Enter the Gungeon 2. I don't know. Just like Nintendo now. Yeah, everyone's like, oh my God, Nintendo games are going to be $80, $90. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? And you know what? Everyone's going to fucking buy it. Absolutely. Everyone's going to just pick it up. They're like, I just can't not play Mario Kart 9. I can't not be part of Mario Kart world. It's open world, guys. You can just drive anywhere. You can grind on rails. You just keep on hating it. That's exactly what they want. They're like, good. Good. Very good. I remember so many people were talking about how dog shit the Velma show was, but it ended up making the show more popular. You know, it's like, think back when they were doing the Sonic the Hedgehog movie and the first like screenshots of the Sonic model were like such a horrible model. And everyone was just like talking about, oh, did you see how they're like doing the Sonic in CG now? Like live action CG, and it looks fucking terrible. And then they went and fixed it later. I'm pretty sure they did it on purpose. Like they didn't actually ever make the movie look that bad. They like made it look the right way, but then they made the bad one to be like, let's get people memeing on this shit. And it worked. And now it's like the new Shrek's coming out, and people are saying the same thing. They're like, the new Shrek model is dog water. Meh. And I'm like, well, you're talking about it. You're doing what they want. So I don't know. I always like... I'm like twisting my beard when I'm hearing that stuff. I'm like, do they really hate it, or are they just gonna go buy it? They're gonna like spread all this hate online, and then they're just gonna turn around and buy it. Maybe it's just to hate on it more, but they're still gonna buy it. And so what is the corporation gonna do? They're gonna just keep pumping it out because people keep buying it. GTA could be 300. It'll be an all-time bestseller. Let's be real here. That's terrible. That's so much money. Baby, she's the best. It's just a weird, wild world, I'll tell you. I don't know what even is going on half the time. Same with Shrek now. Yeah. Well, this whole pixel art to 3D conversion for the sequel happened also for Wizard of Legend. And Wizard of Legend is actually a big influence for me. And let me see, actually. Let's actually see what they're currently doing. See how well they're doing. Let's listen to some Fearless Flyers. Pig it up. So let's see how they did, because the original Wizard of Legend 1 sold, like, they made like 15 million. And let's see, what was the last time I checked on this? They sold like 1 million. Well, let's just look it up. I can't remember this data. Wizard of Legend 1, pixel art game, awesome game. It sold 1.5 million units, made $16 million, 90% positive reviews. Wizard of Legend 2, they make it 3D. This came out more recently, I think last October. And they sold 36,000 units. So 1.5 million units on the first game. This one is 36,000. And they're selling it for $25. And they're calling it a 2.5D action, which it's just a 3D game, but it's like trying to look like the old pixel art game, but with 3D stuff, basically. And let's see, the average playtime is 7.7 hours. And 66.1% positive reviews. So the other one was 90% positive. This one's 66. And let me see, what was the average playtime for the old one? So 7 hours for the new 3D one. See, what they did was they completely alienated the pixel art lovers. So 13 hours. So they got like an additional 6 hours of playtime for the first one. People liked that pixel art one, and I bet you seen a sequel with pixel art would have done really well. And people are, I don't know, there's something about 3D, unless you go in with 3D from the beginning, it's gonna feel like a AA, like kind of lower quality game. 3D, you have to kind of go above and beyond to make it really work, unless it's really stylistic. And I think they tried to do that. And I think over time it's gonna sell and stuff. But you got to consider that the original game was created by two developers, just two guys, Contingent 99, and they made a $16 million grossing game between two developers. And I'm sure there was a few other middlemen, but that's like only two people that they're basically dividing the profits between. And then they, like, after they made all that money, they hired another studio to make the second one, the sequel. So then they just hired a studio to do it. And then I don't even know if they consulted on it. They just kind of like licensed it out. So that means they had to pay all the studio had to get paid, all the different workers for the studio. And then, like, I don't know how big the studio is, but I imagine it's bigger than two people. So already they made it's less than 700K, and they're splitting it between a bunch of other people. So really, they made way, way less money on it. And I think when you alienate your pixel art, initial audience, it's not the best move. Just a theory. I think everyone imagines that the 3D market will just open you up to like a much broader audience. And in general, I think people really do love 3D, but making the shift from a pixel art game to a sequel in 3D, it's a weird move. It's weird. But I'm like a pixel artist, and I love pixel art. So for me, I'm like really biased against that move. I think a lot of people would defend it, Everyone's just different. But I think the sales of Wizard of Legend 2 kind of speaks to the reality. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a fucking janitor. All I know is that if I ever have a successful, like massively successful pixel art game, I'll never make that move. You should, if you make a sequel, you should make the same game, but better, you know, with more content and with a few tweaks, but maybe like a deeper narrative, but like not a complete reversal of style, you know? Because then you're just kind of like tossing up a middle finger at the people who initially supported you. And that's not wise. Not wise at all. But in game dev, maybe people don't know what they're doing most of the time and they just kind of experiment. They were just thinking, oh, like I bet you, I wonder if we just like put out a 3D game, it'll like reach a whole new audience. Like we already made all the money we can off the pixel art lovers. Let's see if we can go deeper. So I mean, that's probably their line of thinking every time. And it's like, oh, it's cheaper to produce too, or like whatever. I don't know. You code for food. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Code for food. But I definitely will always be a purist when it comes to pixel art. Like, I'll stick it out, even if it means making a little less money, because I'd rather just make the thing that I want to make, and that's just what I do, you know? Because I'm just not that into 3D as like an art form. What I absolutely love about pixel art is when you look at it, it's instantly this departure from reality in this nostalgic, nice compartmentalized way. Like when you look at pixel art, you don't think of anything in your life. You don't associate it with trauma. There's no bad experiences, bad memories, nothing. It's just like, it's only good memories because it's such a weird, unique thing that like it's very isolated and it's such a distillation of reality that it's hard to like pull reality into it. But a lot of 3D games nowadays, they're just trying to be carbon copies of real life. And you got to do it really well. And people love it. I mean, it's not like, it's not a bad thing. It's just not my bag. Not my bag. Most of the time. But like one of my favorite games was on the PS3 was Warhawk, which is a 3D game. Like Fallout 3 is also one of my favorite games. Like I love some 3D games, but I don't think I would want to produce it. I just don't think my passion is for 3D in that sense. You know what I mean? I'm just a 2D artist. I like to doodle. I like to doodle. bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. I'm a doodler. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Man, we're going deep today. 9+ hours on stream. I'm going to finish this. We only have 3 frames to go. We're going to do it, man. We're going to fucking do it. And it's also getting me into that deep time schedule almost. I swear next week I'll be hopefully starting stream around this time. Know that I normally like to start my streams around this time. But I always day cycle, so it's been a daywalker week. We thought 3D games looked so real in 2004. Games today are so much more, but you can still see the tricks they do when you know what to look for. It's like seeing the brush strokes in the canvas. Yeah, 3D, like, okay, think about like GoldenEye, you know? Back on the N64. You would like walk up to a GoldenEye character and it's literally just like the lowest poly shit you'd ever seen in your life. And it was so freaking fun. You know, remote mines, just like camping people, running around. That split screen multiplayer was just the freaking best. And it looked like dog water. If you compare it to today's stuff, it's dog water. But I guarantee, if any one of you sat down to play GoldenEye with a couple of friends right now, you'd be playing for hours. You would love that shit. Because it's just fun. It's like not always about... It's actually... Most of the time, it's not important to like look the best. You know? I mean, of course, we have awesome breakthroughs like Marvel Rivals. Looks amazing, right? Everyone talks about how it's so high quality, plays really well. So occasionally, we get like the real... amazing artists come out and just do some crazy cool shit. But you don't always need those breakthroughs. Sometimes a game can just be fun with like low poly, kind of bad stuff. And that's where I come in. Hopefully my pixel art is like, can be decent enough to just be like fun, you know? I know I'm not going to be winning any concept art awards, but I don't care. I just enjoy doing this and I want to try to make something that people can enjoy. And they don't look at it and think, oh, that's jank, you know? I want them to think like, this is a solid game. It works well. This was done by a professional. That's my goal. Because I have a reputation to uphold as a... Flash developer for 10 years in the past, and I'd at least like my games to like not be super jank, like somewhat put together. Although earlier I did see my targeting system go awry, and then also it was like shooting an invisible enemy, so I guess I still have some issues to kink out of my game. Some fringe things are bound to happen. But as far as I can tell, like, if it doesn't crash the game, if it's just like a blip for a second, but then it recovers, then I'm like kind of okay with it. But ultimately, I don't want any of that. I want it to be solid. I can dream a dream. But there will always be like a little bit of bugs probably. But when I worked as a Flash developer, like I would stress test the crap out of the games and just try to like break them on purpose. I would play them like I was a complete moron and just like click everything like a ridiculous idiot. Just be like, literally just trying to double up on everything, break everything, play it like an obnoxious like 5-year-old. And that's the way you have to like play test your games. You can't just like perfectly play it. You have to be like, what happens if I like throw cards out like an insane man and like I'm constantly shifting the camera and like doing crazy stuff like that. You have to stress test your stuff to find where it's breaking, and then you fix it, and then it becomes way stable. But you know there's always going to be bugs that just come out of nowhere, scenarios that you just didn't think of. But the worst of all is like anytime the game just crashes. Definitely don't want to have crashes, because those are like the hardest to like pinpoint. So you got to make sure there's no crashing. That's the worst. Because you're like, the game just crashed. What were you doing? I don't know. I was just playing the game. Oh, fuck. I don't know how to fix it, man. N64 games did not age well. That's true. But I mean, come on, man. My game requires reading, so I'm already in jank deficit land. Well, do your best. It'll be enough. Gameplay will always be more important than graphics. It can look terrible, but if the game plays well or looks amazing, but no one wants to play it. Yeah, like it can look amazing, but no one wants to play it. Well, you know, think about like the big flop that was Concord. If you look at the actual quality, like on paper, the graphics and probably the gameplay was like actually constructed well, and it was like high quality in that sense, but the designs were terrible. People hated the designs. And if your style is off, your design sense is off, then it can be really bad. But I think, you know, you want to like make something that you know has to be low budget, but has something to give. How can you pull it off with a low budget? Kind of a thing. That's the trick of the indie dev. How can we make this stuff like feel high quality without going too far? And I think like, for instance, going 3D as an indie dev, unless you really know what you're doing, it can really backfire. Because if you don't go like the distance with 3D, it could just look like shovelware. It could look so bad. But that can be true of like digital art or pixel art. Like you can blow it on any style, really. That's just what I hope I don't do is blow the style on my pixel art games, and keep working hard, keep studying, and you know, do like recently I was doing a color palette comparative analysis on other games that were selling well, games that I respected and was already being influenced by, but then I was like studying their color schemes, and I noticed how like, because I had felt for a while that my, as of like a few weeks ago, my color scheme for the background was a little low contrast and not bright enough. And so I figured I need to like know what that line is. And I thought, well, if you think about it, your game is like in the store next to a bunch of other games. And so you have to think like, how does your colors compare against that? Because if they're looking at this game and that game, you got to think like, naturally they're going to be drawn to like the brighter thing, you know? And I was like, well, how bright do I make it? Like literally, what's the lower bar of brightness? Because I always like to make stuff darker and like desaturated and kind of chill. And I had to like find what that lower bar was so that I I at least met the minimum requirement of brightness. And so then I recently made the change to the background to really brighten it. And I really think it helped. Like it made it feel more generally appealing. Let's see, that's the wrong layer. But I didn't change my colors, I just changed the brightness of them. Because I liked my color scheme, I just knew that the contrast needed to be a little bit increased and the brightness needed to come up. And I literally brought it to like the lower bar. Like it's still like slightly less bright than like, say like, I compared it against like 13 games, you know? I was looking at like Shredder's Revenge, the new Full Metal Tactics. There's like some newer games, Witchbrook. I don't know if you guys have been seeing Witchbrook. I guess that's been around for like 10 years and they finally are like releasing that game. That game looks amazing. That game was like super bright though. That was like super saturated, super bright. And then I looked at like Stardew Valley. That's even more saturated and super bright. It's even like slightly less bright. It's just like 1000% saturation. And I was like, I started to see the consistent levels between all of them. There was like a pattern starting to emerge. And I was like, okay, I need to like modify my colors to kind of follow suit so that it's comparable. Still my look, but bright enough to be next to these other games without like looking like a muddy mess, basically. So I'm like trying to make stuff that like works on like what is selling, what's attracting people to it. And then I start to like figure out like why. Is it to do with like the color theory? And I'm trying to like experiment with that, see what works. Put it out on social media, see how people are responding to it. And I am getting like a little bit more response, like it helps. So I just continuously run these experiments and I'm trying to like take notes and like learn like what's working. It's all soft science, like how are the people going to react kind of a thing. And because that's what it's about. You got to like figure out what people like, how do you sell a game, but something that comes from you that fits within this like template of like what sells to people, what appeals to people. And that's kind of unknown. It's kind of like a mystery. Because like maybe using that theory could like actually hurt my game because of like a certain tone deafness, you know, who knows? I've been worried about that. Like, does it making my game like brighter kind of go against the Woods of War atmosphere? Like maybe it's like a warring atmosphere, but then it's kind of a bright forest. But then I was thinking, no, because the forest is meant to be idyllic and you're trying to protect this like perfect forest. And so it's going to look like bright and nice and good. And the war and the enemies and stuff, they're going to be more like the rough, desaturated, ugly part of it. I was like, nah, it plays into things perfectly. But like my horror game, for instance, I don't know if I'll make it as bright. I'll probably make it a lot darker. Does the viewer's eye go to the detail I want? Yeah. That's a good, like what's the focal point and where does it flow from there? How do you do a palette comparison? Basically what I did was I pulled in screenshots from the respective games and I pulled out like key colors, like 3 colors from each game, in which there was like, you know, hundreds of colors and a lot of them. And I would just pull out kind of key colors and then I would just look at where they landed on the color palette. And I'd be like, a lot of the games, like if you notice can you see my little dropper? Like my game was like down here. It was like down here in this range, below like the 50% mark and just down in the dull darkness. And all the other games were like 50% and up. They were like literally all like gravitating up here in the color palette. And their saturations were different per game depending on their style, but their brightness would always be like up around here. And, you know, like I looked at Marvel Rivals too, actually, and when you have like a really talented concept artist, they do stuff that's like all the way from the top all the way to the bottom. But a lot of the midtones, it's really the midtone study that I was doing. And that stuff was like probably around here. So this is like the like marketable area where like people notice. That's like the brightness level. That's like, you want to make your stuff up there. Like when I first did it, when I first modified my colors, and I'm like not even like fully up here, I'm still like kind of down here. But I went from like here to here, you know, here to here. And like when I made that shift, it seemed like so bright. And I was like, oh God, but it's still even a little darker than all the studies that I'm doing. So I'm going to go with it. And once I got used to it, I was like, it was a good move. It was the right move because it looks just more together. And I've changed the colors in the background probably like 50 times. Like, no cap. I've experimented to death on trying to find the right color palette, and I'm still like making changes. And this last one, it wasn't so much a color change, but a brightness change. Because I finally just landed on colors that I know that I like. But like the tonality of it, the delivery through like brightness just needed a little bit more love. It's done when it's done. Da, 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 da. Bow, bow, bow. It's like, I think on one hand, you want to be original, you want to do your own thing. But when you're trying to make something to appeal to people, you also have to see like what is selling, what do people like who are like exchanging money for things and have been pleased by. And you find that medium of like, okay, you did this original thing and then maybe pull it in to like the realm of like what's marketable. But like I started by doing what I felt was good, the best that I felt comfortable with. And then once I achieved that, I actually wasn't 100% happy. That's why I went and changed the colors, because I was like, this is not, it was too dark. Like I knew it had to change. So like that's what ignited it. And then I want to make a very empirical move. You know, I don't want to just like subjectively try to decide like a random color change or brightness to this. I want to just do some research and really kind of make the decision in a very grounded, researched sense so that I can just be done with it. Because I was so sick of changing the colors that I was like, I need to like have a confident final step here so that I can just move on and be like, I can always convince myself that, but these are like, through the comparative analysis, this is what was the best move. And now I can just kind of like say, okay, it's enough. You know, like I had to just finally do that to just stop my brain from just being like, does it need to change? Does it need to change? Eventually you got to just stop and just accept that it is what it is. Try putting your game on a really cheap monitor with terrible contrast. Well, I use Flux on my computers at night. So I look at my games with like full, like the lowest dimness and like complete like yellow screen to extremes. And I was noticing that like there wasn't enough contrast, that it started to wash out. And so I was like, well, we need to make it brighter so it doesn't wash out as much. And So now it's like it pokes through a little better. But it's hard to predict, you know, like you want to make your game look good in as many different scenarios as possible, but there's probably no way that you're going to nail them all. There's probably going to be that fringe outlier monitor that's like freakishly set, you know, and like just looks like dog water no matter what you do. But I think that's like in a way that I've matured, you know, in my life. And I'm an old man. I should be mature by this point. But like when I was a lot younger as an artist, I would just think I just have to please myself and that's enough. And I was a lot of times overly confident in my own taste, you know, like what I thought was good was kind of a really like varying bar depending on like what I was doing. Like it was just like sometimes I could like really obscure things that most people would hate, but like for some reason I found some small reason to love it and made me like an outlier for this thing, and then I'm like making it my main thing or whatever. Like, and now I'm just curious what like works for people, what makes people happier in the broader sense. And then where does like my joy overlap with that? So it's not about like changing who I am. It's about like, what do other people actually like? And then what of that stuff do I like? And still make it come from me, but like make it involve other people's tastes too. Make it bigger than me. Because when I was younger, I was like, yeah, just make it for me and fuck them. They don't like, if they can't see my awesome vision, then they're losers. You know, it's like, no, you're the loser because you're going to lose interest. No one's going to like be interested in what you're doing because you're just being selfish and like being into your weird things. Sometimes I think that can be a good thing though, if you just follow your own thing. So you got to find that balance of like being able to do what you know that you love while at the same time trying to like fit it into something that works for a broader, not a broader audience, but like a broader audience than you're just yourself. You know what I mean? Like more than an army of one. Because I still think you should cater to a niche. Because that's one thing I think is starting to get a little bit messed up in how things work nowadays. Because people want sure things, you know? They want something that's going to sell a bunch so they just try to do these like really broad sweeping choices that are supposed to appeal to everyone, and it ends up appealing to nobody. It's like sometimes you just got to step on a few toes to just make that thing really good because you're really focused on a particular type of fan, you know? And you just do right by that fan and it'll find its audience. But if you're just like trying to appeal to absolutely everyone, then everything you do will just be a freaking joke. Because like it'll be watered down version of everything, just like like some weird version of everything put together, and it'll just be wrong. I think that's just what's happening most now, you know? And of course, my favorite is when they make something for the audience that doesn't exist, which I think is what's happening with like the 3D games, you know? Like the conversion from pixel art to 3D. They're just like, oh, we're going to get like the big 3D market now. And then they just completely alienate their entire like following up to that point and just like, we'll just start over, you know? It's like, what are you doing? Like, why would you do that? It's a money grab. That's why. It's not hard to figure out. It's just sad. It's just a little bit sad. So it's just finding that balance between make something that will appeal to someone more than yourself without like trying to appeal to absolutely everybody. And I think there's a fine balance to it. But you got to know what's good. What's up, Magnus? My daughter wants to be a manga artist. I advised her that's fine, but learn a lot more than that so you can make better manga. Yeah. Well, if she wants to be successful on Twitch, manga would go a long way. People love manga on Twitch. They fucking love it. She could get into making like VTubers for people, charge $10,000 to make models for VTubers. Because that's like literally how much they're making. It's pretty insane if you know how to use what's it called? Live 2D or something. That's what they use to like make the models. Pretty crazy. Magnus, how are you? You also suggest that animation is a good extension to regular drawing. Not so many artists know how to make things move. Well, that requires being able to draw things consistently over multiple frames. So yeah, like when I was in art school learning media arts and animation, I would literally be in my life drawing class and, you know, we have like a live nude model and we're all drawing, and there would just be dudes that would be like, they would draw like every pose in one like long film strip, and it would like, they would all be like perfectly like all their proportions would be perfect across all of them, as if it was like this animation of like the same person like just doing all the poses. Like it was just insane. Like it wasn't even them referencing their own drawing. They would just like, I mean, they could look to it and reference it, but they just like literally draw it from every angle over and over and over, and it just like this consistent character dancing around on the page. It was insane. I was never that good. For me to do that now would take a lot of work. Like I can pull off maybe like a freeze frame of good art, but there's still going to be flaws. And like if I work at it long enough though, I'll fix all like the proportion issues and the alignment issues and perspective issues. Like, but initially when I draw stuff, it tends to be pretty fucked up. And then I have to like slowly fix it. Like I don't just like draw something perfect from the first go. I have to like draw something rough and then slowly kind of come around to like what I did wrong. I'm not perfect. I'm basically a mess. But with enough rendering and enough time, I can fix stuff. But it's hard, man. But I'm just going to keep working at it and try to get as good as I can get. And I was never going to get good not drawing more often, you know? It was always going to take... Oh shit. That's too far. It's always going to take practice, dedication. Oh shit, I did the wrong color. So this needs to be this darker color. Go like this. Go like this. Place you with this. And let's also select this. And clean that, clean that.
Come on.
And do that. And you are broken. And let's see, anything else? You. Select you. Actually, select all of this. Move you to the back. And we'll do a little selection here. Select and select. No. Ah, I gotta do this. We got alignment issue here. Let's bring this back. So we got to bring these together. All right, that's good. So okay, we need to bring over the ice texture. Even masterpiece paintings in museums sometimes, they have completely different painting underneath when they x-ray them to see the layers of paint. Paint is also a good way to describe that as well, but also layers of paint works, yeah. So like, the first time I saw a Van Gogh painting in person, it shocked me to actually see how many layers upon layers of paint there was. Like, it was insanely thick with paint. So much so that it started to like elevate off the page, off the canvas, and started to catch light. So it was casting shadows based on the like peaks and valleys of the paint gooping up into like little. So it's almost like he was in a way using the light on top of it. It was like just absolutely insane. Like, who would use that much paint? And you just don't, it doesn't translate when you just photograph it in perfect lighting. When you're just there in person, you're just like, holy shit. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane. Famazon, what's going on? How long have you been doing pixel arts? This looks absolutely bonkers. I've been doing pixel art specifically for a couple years. I like shifted like 3 years ago into digital art, but I've been a traditional artist for like 20 years. So I'm more recently getting into pixel art, but it's you know, art is art. And once I got used to drawing stuff digitally, it was really easy to transition into pixel art because I'm just essentially using my normal drawing instincts, but like it's with pixel art set of rules, you know? You know how it is. Happy Friday, people. It's a weekend. It's a weekend. Yeah, we got here on the weekend. I can't wait to make those brownies. I'm gonna make some brownies. Dark chocolate. A nice glass of almond milk. It's gonna be good. We only got 2 frames to go, guys. And we're going to stick it out. We're definitely going over 10 hours. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I just have to quickly go. And then I'll be back for the last leg of the stream. We've got 2 frames to do. But we will do it. And it will be glorious. So I'll just be like 2 minutes-ish. I'm going to run. I'm going to run! I'm running! BRBs. I'm back. We're gonna do it. Go in the distance. Going all the way. Did I say thanks for the follow, Dev Crayson? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. Final frame and a half. Dedication. I have to add a little meters sissy strut. Yeah, babe. It's been a minute since I heard sissy strut. This one's stanky. It's got that stank. Will I be streaming again tomorrow? No, I'll be back on Monday. I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I usually start around this time each day, but occasionally you'll find me streaming during the daytime. Today I've been streaming all day because I really want to get this done. I'm really down with having this be done. But I think I got like another 20 minutes in me, something like that. Not a ton of time. However long it takes me to get this and the next frame done, and then I gotta cut it and put it into the game. But that shouldn't take too much time. Bow. Don't get into game dev unless you want to work your ass off. It's a lot of work. It's so much work. But it's fun. Sissy strut. I love this guitar riff. Of course, I'm talking here on Twitch. That's where you're hearing the sissy strat, not on YouTube. We got different music over on YouTube. I did hear that Spotify might do ads when they come up with their premium deluxe package. They might make their other lesser packages not have ads. And if that becomes the case, then I might end up switching over to YouTube Music. I'll just pay for that. And if I do that, then I might be able to have the same music on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm not sure. Probably not, though, because I like to listen to copyrighted stuff, and that just means I can't put it on the VODs, and YouTube might be a lot better at tracking that stuff. Twitch is pretty good about it too, but I just don't record it to the VODs, so. But there's no way in hell that I'll be listening to ads while I'm listening to music. No way, no how. They can kiss my grits. Final step for this frame. Nice little highlights. And then it's brownie time. Maybe I should try to do like a stream every day for like a week coming up. It might be a fun little challenge, but like I wouldn't do like 10-hour streams every day. I'd have to do like 4 to 6 hour streams if I was going to do it. But as of now, I'm not going to plan on that until it dawns on me that that's what I want to do. I need my off days because it helps me focus and get like serious debugging done for the game, because then I can just really deeply focus on the code. Like the code that I wrote today on stream, I'm sure there's like some stuff I'm gonna have to fix about it. So I'm always working on it, and then like I stop to talk to someone, and then I work on it, stop to talk to someone, and like I'm constantly being juggled around, which is fun, and I love that. But it ends up, my code tends to be a little bit fragmented because of that. And so then I have to have the days where I'm just purely focused and not like streaming. It'd be better for marketing if I streamed all the time, but it wouldn't be better for game. Which you could argue would be better for game. Like if like I marketed better. But I gotta say my priority is solid game first, and then we can market it later. We just do the best with what we got. All right, last frame. So a streamer can live stream Spotify, just can't record it. Still an issue. Yeah, you can live stream it, but you can't. You have to like turn it off so that it doesn't get sent to the data stream that's recorded to the VOD. So actually, I found a way so that the VOD on Twitch is actually the lo-fi music that I'm sending to YouTube. So I'm sending different music that is copyright safe to YouTube, because YouTube is a bitch and they won't let me do that. So on Twitch, we get to listen to like whatever I feel like I want to play. But if you ever go back and watch the VODs on Twitch, they'll be the same lo-fi music that you hear on YouTube if you watch YouTube live or the YouTube like videos. And I like the lo-fi stuff. It's chill. But you know how like my music mood is always changing. It's constantly changing. But at least like the lo-fi it's nice to have like some music that is copyright safe on the VODs, so that if you want to chill on the VODs, you can, and you'll get some music vibes. If anything, like you get like a whole new vibe. And so you can kind of experience the same stream in two different ways. But it's mostly like if you miss the live stream and you want to chill, you can kick it on the VOD, and you'll get some nice lo-fi. But yeah, that's the one annoying thing about the YouTube, is I can't get away with that. But whatever. Do you work on this game on your off stream days? Apox, yes, I do. I work on it every single day for about like 8 to 10 hours. I think on like rare days I'll work only 6 hours on it, but most days I'm working like 8 hours plus. Definitely an average day would be like 10 to 12 hours. But I don't do it all. Like when I stream is the only time I ever do it in one giant block of time. Usually when I'm working on my off days, I'll like work for like 3 to 4 hours. Then I'll stop and do like laundry or walk around, exercise. And then I'll come and I'll work for like another like 2-3 hours, take another like hour break. Like I just kind of work a little at a time, but I keep going, you know? But when I stream, it's like this giant block of time. I relax to Riyin art stream in my free time. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. Love to hear it. Oh, yeah. Actually, I got this backwards. Oh, this last one's going to be a pain in the ass, is it? No big deal. I will crush you. This one's getting kind of weird. I will crush you. That's what I've been doing, working on it like 3 to 4 hours and taking a break. Gives my eyes a reset to see what I need to fix in my art. I feel like I'm too picky with my stuff. You know about the curse, right? You know about the curse of becoming an artist, right? Have I told you this? Basically, as you become a better artist, your observation skills also improve. So the better you get, the better your ability to see the flaws in what you do also gets. So you're always going to hate what you do on some level. You're always going to see something wrong with what you do. Because as your skills increase, you're going to be able to see what's wrong with it more, and so you're going to be able to fix it more. But you're also going to kind of hate always what you do, and so like that feeling never goes away. It's what I call the curse. Welcome to the curse. Enjoy. You can't escape it. Oh, yeah, I know, Magnus. I definitely already did that. For sure. Oh, wait, he just released it too, right? Open his Steam page. Nice. Yeah, he's got such an online presence that his wish list will shoot through the roof. Speaking of which, if someone is new to chat, wants to wish list Woods of War on Steam, it'd do me be a great favor to me. And even if you don't want to buy it, it's a big help for the algorithm for the game when it's released. Just a little wish list, and I got the demo coming out, which will be free in like a month or so. Definitely by June when Next Fest hits, but I'm gonna try to get it out sooner than that. The sooner, the better. Just got to always be promoting, because I have a long way to go for wish lists. So, yeah, I got my work cut out for me. I'm not like some of these other chads who got like 60,000, or tens of thousands of wish lists. I've only been My Steam page has only been live for a few months, but it's not. I got a long way to go. And I'm super grateful for the amount of wish lists that I have so far, but I need a lot more. And so I got to up my marketing. But I don't even have like the current art on the Steam page. So it's like I'm just like in this weird like middle interim. Whoops. Where it's like I want to promote the Steam page, but it's also not fully ready. So I'm like, fuck. But I should promote it. Like, should get as many wish lists as I can, no matter what. It's just like the way it is. But like, it's not ready. It's a weird, awkward time. I'm so awkward, it's crazy.
Come on.
Uni, thank you for the follow. Been drawing for years, but you got into pixel art like 4 months ago, and working with small pictures is so easy to see messed up stuff. Yeah, the comforting thing about pixel art is that there's like a set of rules, you know, like if you want to get like a curve, there's like a certain math you can follow. And so there's like a certain way to polish pixel art that makes sense, you know? So the curse is being an artist. I'm so glad I'm a shitty programmer, Art. I'd find it amazing forever. There you go. That's a good way to look at it. Dystopian future. AI prompts will get better, and so will the AI model. So your newer work will always look better than your old stuff. Yeah, I guess. Dystopian indeed. My pixel art is the oil brush and the color pencil charcoal brush. I primarily use those effects for all the monster portrait art. Oil brush, color pencils, charcoal. That's nice. Definitely play the demo. I'll play in French. Let's go, Magnus. I need those community translations to make them nice and very good. I want them to be legit. Oh, yeah, and we need to add this. Oops. I said add. I said add it. Bam. Yeah, boy. That looks pretty good. We gotta get the eyes texture and bring it over. We got the last frame, bring it over. Yeah, boy. You did a good job. You did a good job playing that guitar. Stank. If I ever wrote funk music, every single song would be stank. Stank 1, stank 2, stank 3. Stank. Let's do a little more stank. I got a song for you. It's called Stank the Third. Bang, dang, dang. It's filthy. Can't say it's pixel art, but definitely is not the polished digital art by any stretch. You like Grand Funk Railroad? You like that funky music? We have been listening to funk for quite a while. Should we change it up? Or are we in love? Frankly, I love it. I'll change the music when I'm about to get ready when I feel like we're getting close to the end, so we can start to vibe down. So we got some touch-ups. We're gonna get there. But a lot of this playlist does start to repeat, actually. I feel like we've already heard this one. Right? But we'll end it on Simon F15. And then I will look for a new vibe for the final moments. I'm going to play a little Prince after this. Just a little bit of Prince. We're already on that funk. I can do that. It's acceptable. I'm going to start with my most favorite Prince song of all time. Because that sick-ass guitar is the best of all the guitar riffs that I love. Prince is 5 feet tall. Damn straight he is. Short King. Short people can be the best. The absolute fucking chads. And if you think otherwise, you're a damn idiot. You want to know what happens when you're giant and everyone gravitates to you? It's like pretty privilege, and there's nothing interesting about you. You're just like big and have some sort of aura that is magnetic to people, but in reality, you're just a big oaf. It's not always the case. There's some smart big people out there, but them short kings, they're the interesting, led interesting lives, you know, like got interesting things about them. Real character. Prince is a great example of that. I'm just saying. These are just facts. I'm in the middle. I'm not tall, but I'm not short. I'm 5'11". I'm right in the middle. All right, here we go. Favorite Prince song of all time. Did you ever see R.I.P. on SNL before he passed? Legend? I think I did, yeah. Actually, that Rock and Roll Hall of Fame solo was there with Jeff Lynne and Clapton. Masturbated to the magazine. Oh wait, we gotta do... Oh yeah, okay, we're not done here yet. Can't lose focus. What's that night down? Alright, layer 2. Money goodbye. How much is 1.75 meters in freedom units? 5'9". 5'9's a great height. Freedom units? Damn. That's a good one. freedom units. Free my ass. And that, folks, is one of my, if not the most favorite Prince song of mine, off of Purple Rain. But now, see, I thought that was the perfect way to come off the funk, right? He can just take it from like total high energy to any level. He just totally chills you out. You're in catharsis. We can transition to whatever we want. And so therefore, in the final moments in the stream, and we're getting close, we don't have much left. We don't have much time left together, but probably still enough time to listen to and enjoy Flower. It's a game by That Game Company where you're basically just the wind flying around. The Vikings were short kings. Imagine 200 of these 5'9" berserkers funneling out of the boat like lemmings at you while screaming and waving axes. Yes. I can see it now. When it comes to Vikings, all that matters is muscles. I do always like to send you guys off with the chill songs. It's true. We've worked hard today. We got far in our project. And we had many interesting conversations. Life is good. Life is hard. That's what she said. Riyin Art ASMR relaxation session. That's right. Well, hey man, when I've been going for 10 and a half hours, at some point, I gotta just drop the energy and I gotta be like, we're getting close to recovery time. And you know what I'm gonna do after stream? I've been telling you the whole time. I'm gonna cook up some brownies. And I'm gonna stay up extra late because I'm gonna be trying to force myself to shift back to the night schedule so that next week I can start streaming at this time and go on into the eve like a vampire. It's the time slot where I belong. But my body's always changing and shifting, and deciding for me what stream time do I? What stream time do I? What stream time do I? We question not, word come now. We only accept. The madness from within. Embrace it with opened arms. Like short Vikings of old. If you haven't saved your work, save it, dummies. Did we get all that line? Yes, okay. Get a few additional lines here. Hopefully we're on layer 2. Okay, good, good, good. Dun, 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 dun. You too, Apox. Be well. Dressing up like a Viking? 900k subs? Well done, him. Download Bloons TD 6 and go deep. Just never stop streaming. Hypnosis session at the end, programming us to feel the stream was good. Oh, I can't do that. If you guys hung out on the epic journey of a long stream with me, and you're here for all the musical tones, then yeah, it will feel like an accomplishment. If you're feeling what I'm feeling right now, which is, fuck yeah, I got a lot done. There's a lot that needs to get done, and when you get a lot done, it's a bit of a load off. It's a good thing. It kicks fucking ass. That's what it does. It doesn't even take names. It's just kicking and screaming. Mostly screaming. Oh shit. We did not do this part. Let's do it here. Give it to me on this layer. Kicking and screaming, kicking. All I did today was stream. I woke up. I looked at TikTok for like an hour. Not really enjoying any minute of it. And then I was like, fuck. And then I got up, ate breakfast, and streamed. And I've been here ever since. It's been my entire day. It's just been here with you guys. It's been intense. I can feel it in my bones. All right, good. Any other lines? Okay, I think we're good. My bones. we're on the shadows. Sometimes you stream for so long that it's like you don't want to stop. It's very strange feeling. It's like a runner's high or something. Like I'm like excited right now for some reason. I'm feeling excitement in my belly. Who knew I had it in me? You know, you think I'd be dead right now, but I'm not. Sending good vibes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Are you making the sound effects yourself for Woods of War? No, that's where I'm drawing the line. No Foley for me, except for one sound I will be making Foley, which is the sound of crackling wood as the tree falls. I will do it. I still might even be able to find the sound effects somewhere, but I'll probably record just a few sounds. Mostly, though, I'll be using sounds that I purchased a bunch of sounds already that I'm going to be implementing soon, because sounds are kind of like whatever, you know? Like hearing wood, like an axe on wood chop sound, is not really something I need to record myself, because it all sounds the same. And like swooshes and stuff like that, or little magic effects, I don't even know how I would even make that. So there's certain things that I will make, like I want to make the sound when the tree gets knocked over, but beyond that, I might do some like my own voice for like certain things, like maybe like the goblin laugh or something like that. But like predominantly I will be using canned special effects, and we will be working on sounds this coming week. Probably I'm going to be implementing sound into the game finally. But yeah, like I'm basically creating everything for the game except for the sounds, for the most part. It's the one thing where I was just like, enough. Just pick up some sounds. It'll be good. So it'll be interesting to like experience the game with sounds, but there won't be music yet. It's just going to be just the general sound effects. You definitely want to add the music later, I think, to make sure that all the sounds are playing right and sounding right in general. One thing I have to get on top of as well is the like the settings screen, you know? Nick Baring, I hope we were good company. Nick, you were great company. Definitely was a fun stream today. Lots of love and a heavy amount of focus. It was good. Got some cool insights, some interesting talk, helping to kind of think about all that is when it comes to creating games, and, you know, just making the dev process a little less lonely. But when you're crafting worlds and designing something, you're never alone. Not when you care about your characters, not when you care to see your world be represented in a good way. With love, with care. We're literally in like the last 10 minutes of stream, guys. This is the epilogue. We just got to run highlights over this, then get it into the game. I don't know, we're like 10, 15 minutes away. I wonder who went the distance. If you don't become a millionaire by selling Woods of War copies, but there's a sick child that writes you an email from the hospital because he loves your game and TDs, and there's so few that are both that liked your game, then that's it. You've won. I hear that. Honestly, I already feel good about this game because of how many people in stream come in and talk about how inspired they get to work on their own stuff. It's just like a nice byproduct of doing deving live and people coming in and just being just seeing someone work hard at something and just thinking, you know what, I can do this. It takes a little elbow grease, but I can do it. Look at this fucking idiot. Look at him do it. I can do that. Like that makes me happy. More people need to create. Look at this fucking moron. Of course I can do this. What a fucking joke. If this was Return of the King, there's now another 2 hours to... You know what's funny? I was actually just thinking about that too. When I was like, this is the epilogue, I was thinking about like the 20-minute long ending in Return of the King. Ah, like mines, Nick Bering. Like mines. You've been thinking of trying too. Well, it certainly can't hurt to try. If you never try, you'll never know. And if you never know, for sure, you may regret. Most people say at the end of their life, you know, the biggest regrets they have is just not living the way that they wanted to live. They spent most of their lives doing what people told them to be what people thought they should be. Oh, shit. We needed to do this with a brighter tone here. My bad, my bad. My biz bad. We're getting tired. Real tired. Decent at art, but don't know shit about programming. Step one. Hello world. I mean, the ending is so good. It could have been 10 minutes longer and I wouldn't mind. That's what people don't understand, is people that might complain about it. Sometimes you just want to be in a vibe. And you want it to last. And having things be long, it's just like, if you enjoy it, you're going to love it. And if you're just like, you didn't even like it to begin with, you're going to be like, it should have been shorter. You know, it's like, well, you just don't like it. It's okay. You don't have to like it. Wasn't your bag. But for the people that love it, they're like, oh, goodness. I'm currently doing a rewatch of Lord of the Rings. I'm like halfway through the Two Towers. It's a 4-hour movie. So I watch it in shifts. But I only watch it when I'm like ready to watch it, you know? Because there's a certain seriousness to it. And you have to be like into the tone. And, you know, I think my favorite is Fellowship because of its like lighter tones. And then as it becomes like progressively darker, it's like becomes a little bit more difficult to watch because it gets sadder and troubling. But at the same time, the payoff is really awesome. So you have to suffer in order to really get the payoff. But to be fair, the movie is like, you know, 8 hours. It's 4 hours for Two Towers. It's the highest rated one. People love Two Towers a lot. I really do like it, but I'm like only halfway through and I need to finish it. I will finish it when I do another session. I have this portrait of Gant that I sketched out with ballpoint, and I really like it, and I need to toss it into my iPad pixel art program and trace them out in pixel art form. And I think it's going to be really good. And so next time I sit down to watch Lord of the Rings, it'll be to do that portrait, basically. Which will probably happen this weekend, honestly, because I think I'm going to finish this this effect right here and now. When you get one thing done, you just want to finish something else. So it's a little chaotic on the top and bottom, but I think that's okay because, like, again, these aren't going to be totally apparent, you know? It's a little crazy, but I think it kind of works. Let's turn that off. But we finished the extension, and I think I can trim it. So this will make it so that it covers the screen. We'll always only see like a certain amount of it, you know? Like we'll always see like something like this or like this. We'll never see like all of it at once. But now we have enough, hopefully, that it'll bleed off. Probably should have tested it more to make sure that it did. When I'm in a tough mood, you like getting immersed in Warhammer 40? I do like to listen to Warhammer 40 lore as like ASMR sometimes. Because there's like such interesting, like deep and insane lore that goes into it. In fairness, the movie ended so late. It was riveting, but it was so late. You saw all of them in the theaters at midnight release. You accidentally fell asleep for a few minutes during the Return of the King. That's fair, man. It's a big ask, you know? That's why I think it's worth it just to watch it in shifts. Like, you shouldn't necessarily watch it all like in one go, especially if you're watching all the movies. Like, I just watch like 2 hours at a time, if not more, you know, 2-3 hours. And yeah, like I'm just halfway through Two Towers, but I will definitely continue on. Honestly, I think Return of the King might be one of my more favorite ones too. Like Two Towers, there's just a lot of like Gollum time, and it's a lot of like things just start to like become increasingly serious. But there's just like a lot of like high points as well. Like I love like all the Treebeard stuff. So I'm definitely gonna queue that up probably tomorrow. Okay, so that is the new size. Let's export the sheet. Look at this pretty ice. It's all icy. It does kind of have like a low... Oh, you know, we should touch that up, actually. That looks like... once it gets to here, we're missing a few on the edge here. So let's get into this. We're nearly done, guys. Nearly done. Here and here. What about the bottom? Good. Next. Clean. Clean. Wait a second. Looks like we're missing some shadows up top on this one. Yeah, let's put some more shadows. Seen all 3 films in theaters, but definitely not at midnight. Yeah, I saw them too in theaters. Other Things music by Howard Shore are insanely good. Shire theme gives me chills every time. In the books, the Merry and Pippin story arcs were my favorite. I think they did well with those in the movie. Yeah, I for sure like their stuff. Their little bits. Just unloaded. What's going on? It's been 10 hours. Are you okay? Hey, I'm almost done for the day. I can't help but get it done. It's just been one of those days where we're living online, getting the project moved forward. I just don't want to call it a day until I've finished getting both Life Drain and Flash Freeze into the game. And that just feels really good to get that far. Because that's the end of the specials. Then I no longer have any more specials to build for the demo. Of course, in the future, there will be more specials. 100%. But like, for the demo, this is it. Just the 4. And then now I'm going to focus on... We need 4 other Arcana cards. And then I need... I don't know, probably like 3 to 5 utility cards. Maybe more. So there's still more cards we're adding to the deck for the demo. And then leaving it at that, we're just going to then sit with it and debug with that as the base. So then moving forward, after we kind of debug all that for a time, and I'm working on the assets for the future stuff, I'll like have like a clean implementation for the new stuff. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fucking awesome. All right, so that's shadow is in, the highlight's in. What about you? Seems kind of dark. Oh, I don't see any. Oh, I pushed the shadow on someplace else. That's why it felt chaotic, because it was dropping these shadows first and foremost. I'm gonna keep these shadows. So put them on some other layer. So they're kind of weird looking. Lighter than they should be. Now they're maybe darker than they should be, but that's okay. This is most likely the section of the ice that will rarely, if ever, be seen on the game. Because honestly, I don't think you can drop it low enough before the card just gets released back onto the interface. There's like a cancel point. That is cleaner. Okay, so... All right, that's good. And then let's check again the outline. Outline good, outline good. Right there, I see you. Son of a bitch. I'm pushing buttons. Okay, cool. And here, good, 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 good. Not good. I see you. 2. All right. Now we're good. Okay. Saving out the sprite. Do a little inspection. Chunks of ice, icing around, doing the ice, hanging around. Is that going into the right folder? Yes. Export it. Do you want to overwrite the following files? Yes, I do. All right. So our new width and height is 253 by 507. So let's see. Close the database. Wait a second. Open the database. That's where we got to update stuff. Dura coming in at the tail end of the stream. Next week it should be the start of this stream. But right now it's the tail end. I'm going to update the database. So let's find the dimensions for front image. Right here. Sprite height. It's the same width still, so 253, but the height now has changed to 507. And I'm pretty sure that that's all I need to update. So we should be able to run the game now and not have to build it. And see the new flash freeze. It's that easy. Damn. Are you guys saying you want to listen to the Shire music right now? Is that what you're telling me? Well, that definitely covered the whole screen, and that's good. Break out of that ice, you son of a bitch. That's awesome. This calls for a little bit of Shire. We fucking did it, boys. We did it. So it's for those fringe cases. Frozen lightning. Oh no, the goblin bomber. Oh, it's nice. We got him. Fuck, there was 2 of them? Jesus. Oh no, the Goblin Bomber. You can take out all of the Arcana on a whole row. That's fucking devastating. Oh my god. I need to balance the waves more because they seem to like clump up on one side a little too much right now. So we'll definitely put in some logic to spread it out. Shia music. Well, guys, the truth of the truth of the truth is that we need to start winding down. We went for nearly 11 hours. It was you, but I'll take an executive producer credit, sure. Ice Blast. We'll test also the screen shake again with Ice Blast and Meteor Storm. So we'll freeze everyone first. Freeze everyone blast, and then boom. Oh, shit. Damn, it's so satisfying. I love it. Get frickin' frozen, bitch. It's fun when I can just endlessly feed myself special cards, and I have infinite money to just do it. Blast him, blast him. So much death. Ooh, 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 ooh. You're cheating! I am cheating. Like a madman. Mainly because I have an insane amount of mana crystals, but at the same time, look at how many freaking dragons there is. Alright. They're cheating. How dare they? Let's find someone to raid, guys. We went freaking big today. We got a shit ton done. Guys, if you haven't, please feel free to wishlist the game. Even if you don't want to buy it, that's my spiel. It really helps. Here, I'll post it in YouTube chat as well. This is the Steam page. The screenshots aren't doing justice for the current game. I haven't updated them yet. There's no trailer yet. There will be soon. The demo will be playable in like about a month, definitely by June, so sometime in May to June. And the game will be out this year sometime. We're just going to keep making awesome assets for it and getting deeper into the functionality, adding more cards, more levels, more enemies. And we'll be here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, always killing it, trying to kill it, trying our best to make big success. Yeah, it's one of those things, man. It just one day at a time, one little bit at a time, one 10-hour session at a time. Just make it happen. Well, I think we're gonna raid Adam Sionis. He's been having a lot of promo lately. I think he started his Steam page. I think Magnus was saying. So let's go raid him, and I will be back, guys, on Monday. And we've officially crossed over into 11 hours. We've had an 11-hour stream today, guys. We did it. And this week has been really productive. Lots of cool stuff. I'm very stoked about it. I'm starting the raid. So please join in, and let's go say hey to Adam. He's very good pixel artist and been working on his Unity game for a long time. He's doing a game. Yeah, he's doing a game jam right now. Yeah. So yeah, let's go say hey and do our thing and have a great weekend, guys. Get rest, get outside, get some sunlight, eat well, hydrate, take a bath with some bath salts, stretch, good sleep hygiene, brush your teeth, toothpaste at the end, mouthwash at the beginning, floss, then your toothpaste, leave the toothpaste in so it really cakes into your teeth, Make yourself some brownies. That's what I'm going to do. Oh shit, I'm seeing TCAP. He's raiding. He's raiding. TCAP is raiding right now. We're going to raid with TCAP, and I'm going to yell at him for raiding at the same time. Guys, thank you for watching. I'll see you on the other side. Can't finish in an odd number. Gotta go for another hour. Oh no, we're in ads. All right, guys. See you on YouTube.